turns on?
He'll be turning them on his end. All right. We're just waiting for the clock to hit 0 so that our friends online can join. We'll just wait it out. Just waiting on their signal. All right, good afternoon, everyone, and welcome to day 2 of the Blockchain Hub Davos 2022. Today, we're taking a closer look at enterprise and government blockchain adoption. Very excited to have you here. Much like yesterday, the way that the program is structured today, we'll be going through 1-hour blocks followed by 1 hour of networking time. Again, we understand most of you are here to network, get to know the people that have made this journey with you all the way to Davos, and we want to make sure that we give you ample time to do that. However, just want to give a quick welcome on behalf of both Casper Labs and CV Labs. Thank you for taking the time out of your day today to join us here. We certainly hope to have you here for the rest of the day as well, to make sure to take full advantage of the breaks, network, and then return the hour after in order to enjoy the rest of the program. My name is Tracy Traxler. I am Managing Director of CV Labs, and I am joined on stage by the lovely Olga. I'll hand it over to you.
Of Davos. My name is Olga Litvinenko. I'm the marketing generalist at the Casper Association, and welcome to our first keynote for The Future is Hybrid. I'm going to introduce Shyam Nagarajan, who is executive partner for the go-to-market blockchain consulting at IBM, where he advises clients on employing tokenization, decentralized identity, and provenance to accelerate business outcomes.
All right, welcome, Shyam.
Hello, everyone. Good afternoon. Thank you for taking time to come listen to me. I'm Shyam Nagarajan. I'm with IBM. I'm an executive partner that focuses on Web3 and metaverse consulting. And today, if we can get the clicker working, the topic is the future is hybrid. So let me take a minute to make a case for why hybrid. And when I say hybrid, it means permission and private world working with public and open world. Okay? A little bit more background about myself. I have been in the blockchain space about 6-7 years. One of the first few members, along with Nitin, to get the whole unit started at IBM. And in the last years, I've worked probably with 3,000 plus enterprise clients on their adoption journey for blockchain. Now, I recognize blockchain is a big world, right? And open protocols have dominated the news cycles, but it also has allowed maturity of the technology between the enterprise side and as well as the open protocol side. 81% of enterprises around the world are doing something with blockchain. That is the reality. They are either piloting it, they're using it within their systems. I mean, this number was probably 10% in 2017. And what's different right now is that the technology is matured, the value they realize out of it is really significant. And frankly, it's no longer a risk. The risk that was to do with security, the risk that was to do with someone coming and taking over their network and negating their transactions doesn't exist anymore. Confidence in the technology, confidence in the outcome has led to that kind of adoption. Now, it also means that they are more comfortable in a closed loop ecosystem. which means permission ledgers, private ledgers, and they are digitizing their world and converting their competitive advantage into assets, into data that they can monetize in the market. But there's still a fear, there's still an anxiety on how they can break out of their walled gardens into the public world and not lose control of their assets. Let's look at the other side of it. Today's market cap for crypto is 1.27 trillion. Massive liquidity that these enterprises haven't accessed yet. The public crypto world has huge benefits because it congregates ecosystems that are not easy to come together. I have lived the world of building consortiums. They are hard. You know, in the next panel that's going to come, I will share stories about how they started. Only 1 in 100 succeeded as a consortium. But public chains have been rather very successful in driving adoption among parties that are not easy to work with. Enterprises don't have that ability to quickly get access to those kind of communities. Liquidity, access to new ecosystem, new markets that they didn't have access to. So, the future is hybrid. How do? We bridge the gap. We work to take the assets that the enterprise have and digitized and realize value within their ecosystems and carefully bridge and bring them into the public crypto world. In the next following session, we're actually going to demonstrate how we do that. We're going to have a system that's running on Hyperledger network, which is a permission network and a private network. We're going to show how a tokenized asset from there can be carried over and realized liquidity allowed to capitalize on the Casper network. What does this do? Enterprises suddenly have enormous liquid assets that they can get access to. There is, I still recognize there's fear and anxiety about losing their competitive advantage, but this kind of approach really allows them to keep control, preserve their sharing and data privacy while getting access to the new world, new markets, new ecosystem. Another big aspect of it is how do you keep control of risk and regulatory compliance, because enterprise world is very different from the crypto world, and that is a huge issue, and this approach gives you access to it. Now, as I told you, the last 4 or 5 years of my life has been focused on working with enterprises. Now, that's changing because IBM is embracing the whole world of blockchain, public and private. We want enterprises to realize the value of the public world. We want public world to realize the value of the permission and enterprises, because they all have something to get. And our job, or my job specifically at IBM, is to bring that expertise, bring that value to enterprises and help them realize that value. Thank you very much. You've been very kind to allow me to speak, and we will follow this with a demonstration of what I just talked about. Thank you.
Sure thing. or I just stand very close to Olga. That's the other option. All right, so next up we have a very exciting demo from both Casper Labs and IBM as a joint initiative. So they'll be taking a closer look at what realizing an interoperable blockchain actually looks like. So please welcome to the stage Ashok Ranadev. He's the Director of Professional Services at Casper Labs, as well as Bhargav Perepa. He's the blockchain specialist and architect at IBM Consulting. Welcome.
Thank you. A little setup here. Just want to make sure that the screen is going.
Yeah.
Okay. All right. You can see the screen? All right, thank you so much. Good afternoon, everybody. Thank you so much for sparing your time here to watch this demo. Thank you, Shyam, for setting up the stage for us to kind of explain already to the audience what is the importance of having interactivity between a permission network like Hyperledger Fabric and a public network, particularly in the context today where the public networks have kind of become very matured in the technology and what they are offering. So I invite Bhargav, my friend here. Our teams, Bhargav's team and my team, have been working for past 2 months to create this demo. We will just set the context around what is it that we are going to demonstrate, and then we'll proceed with the demo. Bhargav, over to you.
Thank you, Ashok, and thank you everyone for coming. So what we are actually trying to show are 3 or 4 value props here. On the left side, you have Hyperledger Fabric driven asset ledger. On the right side, you have Casper Labs driven token ledger or a cache ledger. And one is a permissioned, one is a public. And these two are actually talking through another open source technology. We call that Weaver protocol. So bottom line, they speak different languages. One is permission, one is public. And we are making them actually talk to each other to do actually a trading. So the instrument we are trading is bond, and the instrument that get paid for that bond purchase is in tokens, cash, converted to represented as token. And then we will make sure the transaction happens correctly, safely, consistently. It's an atomic swap, so both sides it happens.
Yeah, so the picture that you have kind of demonstrated, what you see in blue is on the Hyperledger Fabric side. What you see in red or purple color, okay, is on the Casper Ledger, Casper technology, Casper network. So we have asset, the bond on Hyperledger, and we have tokens on the Casper, and we show you using actual network, and we have an integration test network. So Casper has 3 networks. One is the live main public network, and then we have integration network and test network. We are actually using the integration test network for this particular demonstration.
I need to just speak 1 minute here. We have 3 personas. One is a treasurer who issues the bond. That's just one-time activity. Yeah. And then we have 2 personas, Alice, that's me, and then Bob, that's Ashok, and we are doing the trading. Okay?
Yeah.
And both the parties have accounts in both the ledgers.
Yeah. We have Alice and Bob. We could have been Ashok and Bhargav as well. All right.
So anytime you see blue, it's asset side, and I'm going to log in as treasurer.
Click on the. It's there.
Okay, so you can see I'm on a treasurer here. Okay, It's in the blue color. So I'm going to go ahead, and you can see the matrix here. I'm going to create one bond. It's going to be $10,000. You can see here. It's going to be gold, and it's going to be 10% interest, and it's annual. This number changes to 5. So we have created a bond. It has a bond ID 211. Its individual ID, group ID is this. You can see that it's owned by treasurer currently, and you can see the details. Okay. So right now this is in play. So I'm going to exit. I'm now going to be Alice. So I can see how many bonds are in play, how many bonds are actually in the primary market trading, and how many bonds I own. I just showed you this is the one we just created. And I want to, as an Alice, you can see I'm Alice here. I'm going to purchase. Okay.
So this is primary transaction where Alice is bought from the treasurer.
Yes, you can see now I own. The ownership is here. I can see the details. Now I'm going to leave.
Yes, so the next stage is Bob is going to see that this bond has now come into existence, and Alice is the owner of this bond. Sorry, we have to do a little bit of this song and dance because we don't have a table here with Thai. So, all right.
Owned by
Let's say
Alice.
this. Okay. So here you see the bonds which are acquired by different parties, and we see the bond here which is owned by Alice, and this is something that was recently created. You see the timestamp here, date of maturity here, and this is something that I now see in the market, and I'm interested as Bob to buy it from Alice. So what I do is I go and initiate purchase. I send in a request. My request has successfully been lodged. Once I exit,
It's me.
you'll find Alice now that she will see the request as a notification coming up on the UI.
So far we have not done anything atomic or anything HTLC yet, but you can see now I got a request from Bob that Bob is interested in buying this transaction this instrument that I currently own. So I have to do something here. So I have to approve, and before I approve, I do two things. I'm going to select a secret. We're showing you this. This all works with automation, with protocols, but just to explain, we are showing. So I choose my secret, I choose a time lock, and I agree to have this transaction purchased by Bob. So that's what I'm doing right now. And the secret is only known to me. And this secret that I have just created, it gets converted to a hash, and I have copied it.
So this is the hash time lock contract now initiated. You have the secret hashed, and you have a time lock for 30 minutes. And the transaction has to pass through with Bob within these 30 minutes.
Not the bond. You need to go to cache.
The cache. Sorry. All right. Now I'm in the cache ledger, which is the Casper Lab side. I log in as Bob. And I know the value of the tokens is value of the bond is 10,000, so I transfer 10,000 to Alice. And then I put in the lock hash, which I have received from Alice
Out of band.
out of band. This is not captured on the network, but there are ways to pass on the hash, in a secure manner between the two parties. So I have received the hash, and now I'm transferring the tokens to Alice. I have the deploy hash. Now this is important because I want to observe the transaction actually happening on the blockchain. So I copy the deploy hash. I go to the integration test network here. This is a block explorer for a Casper network. I put in the deploy hash in the search box, and I look at it. Now you see that the deploy is pending. It takes about 32 seconds for the new block to be produced. So in about 32 seconds time or about a minute's time, you'll find that the deploy is finalized if it meets all the requirements. While we are waiting for it, I could quickly explain to you the block explorer, and I'm going to the main net here. So this is the CSPR.Lite block explorer for Casper's main network. You see that we have 100 validators. Now every 2 hours, the validators are selected based on their stake, the amount of tokens that are staking in the network. Currently, we have about 76% of the total supply locked in. You see the number of tokens actually locked in. You see the circulating supply, and you also see the annual yield that is being offered. On the Explorer, you also see all the top validators. You see the blocks that are coming out. If you click on the blocks, you see the deploys within the blocks. You have the same things available here. You have tools available where you can do, look at the connected peers. You can connect your wallet and make transactions, transfer, delegate tokens. That means stake tokens or unstaked tokens. So all this is available here. Let's go back to the integration test network and refresh this. You see that the deploy is successful.
You can expand.
Right?
Show this
I'll do that in the next one. So let's go back to the cash ledger now and refresh that as well. So you see that the token balance, which was 32,000, has now become 22,000 here. Right? So 10,000 has been locked into the contract. I exit, and now Bob will log in to see that the tokens have been offered to him.
Alice, so I'm going to claim the tokens.
Yeah, Alice.
So you can see the token balance that Alice has at this point is 32,000. I'm going to claim the tokens that Bob has agreed to pass on to me for the bond that I approved. Now that I'm going to claim the tokens, I need to reveal my secret so he can claim the bond. This is the final step in your HDLC protocol. So I'm going to claim, and I have a deploy hash.
Yep. I can explain that.
Yeah, go ahead. And copy that.
It's the same routine here. We put the deploy hash into the block explorer. We see that this deploy is also pending. In the meantime, I could explain to you another deploy and kind of what the deploy shows, right? So when you go and click on the deploy and really look for raw data, okay, so you see various details about the actual deploy that goes in. You see the header information, which kind of gives you time to live, which is like 1 hour here. You can see the account from which the deploy has been put. You see the name, the chain name, which is Casper in this case. It's a public chain, and it could be a private chain or it could be a test network. You see the payment that is details, and you also see details around the actual code that has been executed, right? In this case, it's just a deploy. You see amounts of transaction. You see the success or failure of the of the deploy, and the cost. You see this here, success and the cost that is gone to make this deploy successful, right? Executing the deploy. Let's go back to the integration test network. The deploy was pending. Let's refresh the page. All right, you see that the deploy has been successful, and you can click the data so that you see all the details of the deploy. You see here I had pointed out the name of the network. You have it integration test network. This is a test network. So you have all the details here for the deploy. Let's go back to, all right. So now Alice has come back to her account here, and she sees that her tokens have increased from 32 to 42. So that means she has received the tokens, right? Now you go back to the bond.
You can log out and then go to the bond.
Yes. Bond. Go to the bond here. Now log in as Bob. You see the claim bonds button here. I click that. Now I already have the secret key because it's been included in the deploy. The value of HTLC is even if somebody watches that secret now, they are not able to get the deploy because it's locked in for that particular person and the time. So the bond now cannot be transferred to anybody else other than Bob. So I put in the secret, I claim the bond. Looks like there's some issue with the network. Okay. All right, so bond came successfully. You will see that in my bonds as Bob, I have this bond now, which I have recently brought from Alice.
So the summary is basically, here is a demo that we have done. One side is permission ledger, one side is public ledger, both of them talking to successfully do a trade that will either completely succeed or consistently not succeed, but not inconsistently. And we have used across these two technologies and the communication piece, totally open source, and we made it possible. That's the summary.
Yeah. And as Shyam kind of mentioned, there is a large number of assets which are locked in on private networks. And as the public networks have matured and in a position to kind of interact with the private network in a secure and safe manner, we have this immense opportunity to now be able to get these assets and give them the liquidity that they deserve. Thank you for your time.
Have a good afternoon.
Thank you so much. It's always interesting and fascinating to see software like this in action. Again, a good reminder also of how far we've come, being able to do these types of transactions just with a simple click or a couple of simple clicks, of course. It's never just one. However, the purpose of this block in particular, right, is to explore the $3 trillion white whale, the quote-unquote blockchain opportunity for businesses. And our next panel will take a closer look at exactly that. So taking a look at the future, at a future built on trust, how businesses are thinking about blockchain and security. I'm very excited to welcome Nitin Gar, Managing Director of State Street Digital. He'll be moderating this particular panel. Nitin, please feel free to take a seat. He is joined by Shyam Nagarajan again. Once again, he's Executive Partner for Web3 and Sustainability at IBM. Also joining him is Medha Parlikar. She's co-founder and CTO of Casper Labs. So again, another face to please say thank you to on the way out, because they're a big part of why the Blockchain Hub exists this year. And last but not least, joining them on stage is Charles Okochu. He's Global Business Development Manager at AWS. Nitin, I leave them in your very capable hands.
Thank you so much. Hi, guys. We had a few people leave. The laptop is not for the demo. I think we had the demo part. It's just for my notes. My name is Nitin Gar. Been in this space for quite some time. Founded Blockchain Labs at IBM, but it's been a decade now. And founded Digital Asset Labs, worked on capital market securities, looked into cross-border payments. So it's been an interesting journey. And the fun part about what we're doing now is that I was at Permission last week, permissionless event, and someone made a comment that when you have bear market in crypto, enterprise blockchain pops up again. It becomes relevant again, which I thought was super interesting from that perspective. So I spent about a decade in building this, looked into the pain points, the heartaches that we've had in enterprise blockchain. Now I moved to State Street for looking into digital asset and technology design work, and with an aspiration in the long run to be able to build a bridge between the traditional digital assets and tokenizing them and moving them to crypto and vice versa. So the demo that you just saw is the technical bridging element of what is to come. Essentially is the ability for us to be able to take assets from both sides, the $471 trillion that's trapped into the existing financial markets, and looking into what crypto is offering, which again is minuscule and a drop in a bucket. So this conversation is going to be about that. It's going to be about what, my eminent panel, I've known the folks for quite some time. So we'll not spend more time in introduction, though the way this is going to go, we're going to have 2 segments and 2 parts on this. I'm going to ask them a question, and then eventually I'd like them to introduce themselves, what they've been working on, what the vision is, and hopefully we have some time for Q&A, because the whole idea here is to inspire, not educate. I think we have enough of that happening around the event. So with that, Medha, I'll probably get to you first. I've been following your work since I was at IBM, and we had some amazing partnerships, both in terms of understanding Casper Labs, looking into how we can partner together, because we were in the enterprise space. When I say we, I meant my previous employer, IBM, was the enterprise space, and we spent a lot of time in understanding the failures and the triumphs that we got from working with enterprise players. And you had an interesting approach. You were not typical layer 1. You were not typical token-driven model, even though you had that. But you had a different vision. I also loved the journey that you and co-founder Mrinal had in terms of conceiving this entire. So tell us a bit more about the perspective. How do you come about thinking through this? Because it's enterprise blockchain is a bad word oftentimes in crypto spaces. And you've tried to bridge and navigate the gap between making it cool again. So love to get your vision, perspective, and your journey, more importantly.
Oh, yeah. Well, thank you. First, thanks everyone for being here. We're so excited to have such a wonderful turnout here at the Blockchain Hub this year in Davos. So our vision, Mrinal's and my vision was really to solve the enterprise adoption problem for blockchain. We believe that enterprises will continue to exist in the future decentralized world, if you will. I believe that there is space that needs to be held for enterprises and governments to adopt this wonderful technology so that they can make it available for consumers, right? I don't think you're going to see that all vanish, right? And so we take a very middle-of-the-road approach when it comes to decentralization. We believe that the underlying technology, the blockchain itself, must be decentralized and permissionless, because that's where it gets its trust from. But we also believe that entities, organizations, governments need to be able to control their on-chain code, right? And Shyam mentioned that they needed to control their environments, which is why they're so comfortable with permissioned blockchain. And we believe that there is great benefit in a decentralized public network, but we also believe that they need to be able to control their on-chain code. So the Casper protocol has a lot of technical features in it that supports central control over the code that is running on the blockchain, right? And Casper code functions very much like traditional software. So if you think about, typical blockchain protocols, the software is very, very different when you write for the blockchain versus when you write for a Mac or a regular server or any other software that's been generated the past 25 years. It's very different. And we've tried to really narrow that gap to the bare minimum.
Got it. So let me actually pivot from that conversation, because when I was building a payment network, we looked into this in terms of figuring out a fenced infrastructure, which allows us to use blockchain as a public utility. So for instance, you still want the control, you still want the governance, you still want the KYC, you want to be able to control transactions and have monitoring capabilities, which is oftentimes lacking and missing in public ecosystems. So what is the fundamental difference in, let's say, me picking one of the layer 1 protocols and creating a fence around it and creating a layer of APIs on top, as opposed to me relying upon Casper protocol? Because you're right, at some point the enterprise, both from regulatory perspective but also the cultural perspective, need the centralized control.
Yep.
So
the difference is really, you can choose to deploy, depending on your privacy requirements. So if you have strong requirements around data privacy, be it for regulatory reasons or business reasons, then we would recommend a hybrid solution, which we've always talked about, where you bridge, you run a private network, and then you actually bridge over to the public network to prove that your private network hasn't been tampered with, particularly if you're dealing with a business that is talking about working with B2C. So food safety, for example, if you want to have a private supply chain blockchain, but you're working with consumers. If you have a problem in your supply chain and you want to be able to prove transparently to your consumers that their meat is safe, you will need to prove that your private blockchain has not been tampered with, right? And so that's where dipping into the public protocol becomes really, really handy, right? Because Casper is pure proof of stake, it's very easy to spin up a permission network or a consortium network. And the beautiful thing is, because it's proof of stake, if you even want to open up your consortium network and turn it into a public network, you can do that later, right? So it provides a tremendous amount of flexibility. The architecture, the protocol itself is very configurable. And that was by design.
And then that's brilliant. I think that's what we've been saying to our clients, that you pick blockchain as opposed to distributed databases, because you have the ability to open it up to other ecosystems. So that's brilliant. Shyam, my friend, ex-IBMers, I never liked this guy. I'm sitting right next to him.
Feeling is mutual, my friend.
Sitting right next to him.
Still continues.
I'm just joking. But we've been through this journey for quite some time. In fact, 10 years back when we started this whole enterprise blockchain work, when we looked into this and building Hyperledger Fabric, what it is today and how it's evolved over time. We've gone through ups and downs. We've shared our frustrations, and we've shared our triumphs, small victories, massive amount of failures. I think there was a number of 1,200 POCs, and I think, in my knowledge, 99% of them failed. We all wear them as a badge of honor because early failures are great for you to learn from those things. And now you're driving this from consulting perspective, because the landscape has really been evolving. It's enormously complicated. Now you have so many more protocols, Casper being one of them. You have many layer 1 protocols. The clients really don't know what they want to do, because oftentimes it's the flavor of the month protocol. Love to get your perspective. Is how are you looking at this from a consulting perspective? How do you help your clients navigate this journey? And don't ask me for the answers, because I'm the one asking questions. I'm just joking.
Well, most of the POCs failed because he was
That's
doing
right.
it.
That's me.
So
I take it. I take responsibility for it.
Look, it's been an interesting journey. 5 years in the enterprise blockchain space is a long time. And I've seen protocols start from scratch, evolve, mature, but also die out as well. That's kind of been a recurring theme. What has also changed is our enterprise clients' understanding, maturity, and the ability to consume and adopt this technology has changed as well. So traditionally, we thought the biggest value for this particular technology was going to be around building consortiums and huge ecosystems. What we realized that it wasn't the technology that was stopping the adoption, it was more about governance. Mm-hmm. It was more about being able to handle those multi-parties and to be able to do change management, version control, business contracts with them. That was beyond the technology side of it. Very difficult. I mean, of the hundreds of consortiums that we have come across, very few, a handful of them have survived and are continuing to thrive, and that's only because of strong governance issues. The thousands of POCs that we talked about, again, it wasn't really the technology. I mean, technology aspect of it was, some was very nascent technology. It failed because we couldn't achieve what they wanted to achieve. But some was not because of the technology reason. It was the governance reason. It was the business value reason and the outcome reason. What has shifted now is that customers are not coming and asking, oh, I want to do a blockchain project. They're saying, I want to leverage value from my ecosystem. And how can I do that? What's the best technology I can apply to get the outcome that I desire? There's a shift in the way that they approach these projects. I can tell you, the last 5 projects, I didn't even bring the topic of what blockchain is. Blockchain is just one of the technologies. They're using AI, they're using IoT, they're using Edge, all of these, all as part of the same project. Mm-hmm. Blockchain is just one of it, right? Now, the other angle of it is we've always gone in with the perspective the enterprises need control of who they do business with and how they share information and assets and data with. So the perspective has always been private and permission ledgers and private and permission technologies. That view of the world is also shifting, because what they realize is that they're missing out on the bigger ecosystem that they can naturally form. That's the value that we bring in from Casper protocol, from the Ethereum network, from all these networks where everyone is already congregated. You don't need a new governance protocol in order to work together. So there is I would say it's suboptimal to live in one world. It has to be a combination of all of these coming together.
Got it. Oh, thank you. Charles, now to you. Amazon, right? And it's interesting because I've been watching Amazon since QLDB, early days of you don't need blockchain for everything. You had provenance. It's built into this infrastructure. It's been an interesting and yet evolutionary journey for you guys. And then we came down the path of let's host a node infrastructure. You are a hyperscaler. You have a global footprint. It made sense. So share that journey in the sense that, in all my research, I never felt that you had the economic model to host nodes. You tried it. In fact, Amazon tried it early days with Ethereum, and you guys tried it too. Except that the cost of running those nodes were enormously difficult. For the enterprise space, as Mehta indicated, it's a different economic model. Yeah. You're not exactly looking at this massive compute infrastructure needed to do the coordination between different ecosystems. What are you seeing? And first, as when I was at IBM, we looked into as to what do we need to do in terms of collaborate with with Amazon. Now, as a client, we're looking into figuring out as to what can we do, both in terms of using AI, machine learning, and GPU, CPU availability, but also in terms of how do you connect to this massively publicly growing ecosystem, which does not actually exist or run in in traditional hyperscaler cloud infrastructures. So I'd love to get your thoughts on how you're seeing this industry evolve.
Yeah. So obviously I'm from Amazon. We're like a tiny bookseller. We just dabbled into other areas. So we actually started out with QLDB, which, as you said, which is a centralized ledger technology that's designed for customers who are not looking to run a blockchain, because not every use case is blockchain. So if you're not looking to form a consortium, you don't need a blockchain. And so we've also started along the same path you guys did, launching a Hyperledger Fabric managed solution, because a lot of customers reached out and said they don't want to deal with managing nodes and they want us to handle all of the undifferentiated heavy lifting. But we've also encountered some of the same issues that IBM encountered with forming consortiums. The biggest issue we've run into is the consortium problem. Different actors who are in competition and also in competition with one another. And so we've already started turning our attention towards public networks and partnering with technology partners like Casper, Kaleido, and R3 in the space to kind of get a better understanding of what customers are looking for. We also had customers who are reaching out to us and saying, we want you guys to handle, want AWS to handle things like settlements and custody. And because we've had instances where companies go out of business, like we had a recent instance with Formula One. Their NFT marketplace, the provider, went out of business, and all of the tokens are worthless at this point. So they're reaching out to us and asking us to help them with settlements and custody. So if we can, because they trust AWS to handle.
Awesome. Going to Amazon to improve the valuation of the tokens. That's the first. No, that's great. So hopefully you're still not bored, because we're moving to the second phase, which is a boring and yet an important topic, which is security. And maybe I'll start with you. As a CTO, and I think, I had a colleague of mine from Kaleido who spoke to you, and she was very impressed with the fact that you actually have a founder who loves to talk about technology, and she's technical. Love to understand your perspective in terms of the fact that security has been viewed as a moat. It's a necessary element, and I'm now working for financial services, and I can completely get the gravity of how many layers of security we need to have. The blockchain computation model is antithesis of that. It's about transparency, it's about movement of data. And you're trying to dabble between both worlds, is provide that level of security that is consistent with what enterprise expects, the single sign-on integration. If you begin to look at this from a software development exercise perspective, it begin to look more and more like an enterprise software development work, which is not the reason why we are here. We're trying to sort of evolve from there. So I'd love to get your thoughts as a CTO. What are you doing to assure enterprise clients to be able to, one, provide that security assurance, but at the same time, help them navigate this at a much faster pace? Otherwise, it's too expensive and too long a journey, I think.
Yeah, gosh, there's a lot in there. So when you think about security, I think there's layers, as you indicated, there's layers to it, right? So one, what are the data constraints that you have that you're actually trying to secure, right? Because you have to have security in place for very specific reasons. And from the blockchain perspective, one of the biggest security concerns that we see enterprises having is personally identifiable information, right? GDPR, PII. This is where if you have a security breach in your organization, you have major, major problems, right? And InfoSec is really concerned about consumer and customer information, that moat that you have to have around that particularly sensitive information. And so blockchain, where blockchain enters in that is you can actually have what we call self-sovereign identity, self-sovereign information where the business never has to hold the personally identifiable information. They can just trust the blockchain. They can trust that the person has gone through a certain amount of KYC, and they don't have to hold that KYC, right? So one way that you can implement the technology, you just offload that entire risk. That risk just does not become your concern at all. Within enterprises, right, for the Casper technology, we provide very granular security within the protocol. We also provide very rich account model, which allows enterprises to shape their own security requirements when interacting with the blockchain, right? So we have very rich multi-signature, and we have very deep integrations for SSO and key management, right? So wallet infrastructure becomes really important here to make it easy to interact with the blockchain, as well as recovering keys, right? Yep. Because key management and key recovery is a big problem for end users with the blockchain. And so having a sensible approach to be able to recover keys and recover accounts and support customers is something that we provide host side on Casper, because it's like it's table stakes, right? Most of the other public protocols really don't have a sensible key management approach. It's kind of if you lose your keys, you're out of luck, right? Well, how many times is somebody walking into IT ops saying, I forgot my password, can you reset it for me, right? It's a real problem, right? So yeah, we saw that on the host side.
Got it.
Yeah.
No, that's brilliant. To you, Charles, I think, so when I was looking into this from early days of blockchain, right, what are the moats in blockchain itself? So you have cryptographic materials, you have signatures, you have consensus mechanism, and they have layers and layers of how you secure a network.
Yeah.
And the incentive economics that surrounds that entire infrastructure is essentially the token models that we look into. I also mentioned this early on when you asked the previous question, is that in all my analysis that the Amazon itself doesn't have, or any cloud provider for that matter, doesn't have the economic model to run this host because it's a perfect storm. It's a perfect storm in terms of you're never having underutilized capacity in cloud. You always are using memory, CPU, storage, only because of the intensive workloads that most blockchain provide. So I'd love to get your thoughts in terms of the fact that, let's say we want to run Casper nodes on your infrastructure and be able to extend this global network. What are the things that Amazon is doing in terms of providing the secure VPN-like capabilities to achieve the global footprint that you have and allow them to be able to take what they're building as a layered protocol? How are you challenging that at a cost-efficient manner? That's the key word here. Yep. Yes, technically we can do anything, which is the problem with software industry. We can do anything, but the question is how do we do this in a economically viable manner?
Good question. So first of all, AWS is a global cloud service provider. We're in over 150 countries, and we've kind of mastered the art of saving costs for customers. But the key thing, as far as security is concerned, AWS has a shared responsibility model. So we are responsible for security off the cloud, and the customers, are responsible for security in the cloud.
Got it.
And from that perspective, we also offer support to customers. We also offer tools like AWS Macy Security Hub that can help customers monitor their platform, monitor their network. And also, we also offer an overlay of security services. We've seen a lot of companies in the blockchain space that depend on the blockchain security, but the underlying issue that we've noticed in my years of working at AWS is the human element. No matter how secure the technology is, the humans that are running the technology tend to be the weak link. And we've seen some major blockchain companies that I'm not going to name names, where we've had programmers working from home deploy API keys and on GitHub and other repositories, and were able to hack into the network. Hackers went in and spun up Bitcoin instances, and we've actually detected those type of intrusions and work with customers in the blockchain space to help them recover their data, and also we help them with refunding costs. And also we've got other instances where hackers sent emails to human resources, and from there they were able to break into their networks. So sometimes blockchain generally is it secure technology, but again, human is the key thing.
Yeah.
So from that perspective, to answer your question about cost effectiveness, I mean, we've worked with different technology partners.
I was looking for discounts, but that's fine.
Yeah. So I was gonna get into that. So one thing we do notice is a lot of companies in the space or startups, they go in, they spin up an AWS account, but they don't really work with AWS to figure out how to save on costs. And you know, if you have a startup, you know, I recommend you get in touch with the AWS account management team. We do offer well-architected reviews that are based on 5 pillars of cost, performance, safety, security, as well as sustainability. We help customers, you know, in the blockchain space to help reduce their costs on our cloud.
Got it. I'm going to put you guys on the spot, which if there are any Casper product managers in the room, they'll cringe. Any plans for providing an out-of-box support or as a service for Casper?
Well, we've been partnering with Casper for over a year now, you know, to manage to run Casper nodes on our AWS marketplace, and we're expecting to continue that relationship. We're very happy. You know, we're watching what they're doing in the space, and you know, we see that they're moving more and more into the enterprise space, and we're looking to.
Because the ecosystem is growing fast. I haven't forgotten you. You're going to save the best for last, and so at this event we've seen a bunch of IBM logos in terms of AI and security, and the question then begs, both in terms of, you know, from a consulting perspective, how are you looking at this for regulated industries? 90% of world's banks, as a stat was when I was still at IBM, is still IBM clients, and you have a strong hold on some of these clients because there's a legacy to it. How do you aim to provide the same level of security to this newer emerging breed of applications that Mehta just talked about?
Well, look, this is one of the reasons why the strategy of IBM is anchored around hybrid cloud and AI. Right? The concept of hybrid cloud is it's a multi-cloud environment, as well as on-prem capability in order to anchor and hold your most critical assets that you want to keep close. That said, there are strong security tenets that we work with these enterprises to put in place. That's to do with how do you manage your internal infrastructure and what gets out of the boundary of the enterprise, right? And blockchain as a technology is really important to know what goes on the chain, what remains off the chain, right? Where is the value exchange happening? Is it on the network? Is it happening off the network? To be able to know those details. So we spend enormous amount of time and resources in helping design this right for all enterprises as we engage with them. It's also, you know, as Charles said, it's infrastructural support and making sure that you have the right technologies and the tools in order to do your testing and know that you're secure. Look, security, as we know it, is a continuous risk, right? It's not something you do once and forget about it. As you interact with more parties, more operators, it's something that you continue to have to invest and keep up to date.
Got it. Do we have time for one more question? I don't know how much time we have. Someone keeping time?
Yeah.
We have time. Okay. This is going to be so no blockchain conversation is complete without talking about Web 3.0. We have to talk about Web 3.0. So audience, how many of you actually know what Web 3.0 is? Really? Can I pick on you guys? I'm just joking. Thank you. It's a great mix. But you know, we're going through evolution in both in terms of, again, the ownership model, but there's underlying evolution of how the compute, the storage, interconnect is being distributed. And the question for all three of you, and this is an open question, is that we've looked into decentralized infrastructures. What started as Bitcoin, now you have, you know, Filecoin, storage, Fetch AI. You have all these amazing projects that are, one, promoting the ownership elements, which means that if you have some skills, you're able to take that skills in some of an artifact and take it on these networks and monetize it, the ownership element to it. Of course, there's an NFT element that we've been talking about, whether it's music, your art, the stuff that we are doing here with Metacask as a project, which because it's whiskey, we all love it. Yep. So you have all these things evolving, and to me, it's the fundamental layer that drives this is the three elements of computing: is the compute, which is CPUs, the storage, and memory. At the end of the day, and that's been happening both in terms of many projects that are driving this, including Heliums and Chias of the world. you're in an interesting spot because your entire business models, I'm looking at IBM and Amazon, is tied to a centralized structure, looking into assuming that cloud, you'll never have complete use of resources. Love to get your thoughts on how are you challenging Web 3.0, and Meta, for you, you're an interesting spot because you're navigating the two worlds at the same time. You're trying to fit in this, which natively into Web 3.0 world, but you still have to serve to the enterprise that you're crafting your infrastructure for. And maybe I should start with you. Otherwise, techie guys will just consume all the time. To give your perspective, is help you understand as to how are you navigating this space, because it's complicated. Coming from the enterprise world is enormously complicated.
Yes, so we believe that blockchain is part of a larger application infrastructure. And so Casper is purpose-built to drop into an existing Web 2 application infrastructure, right? So it becomes a part of a larger stack from a technical perspective, right? And what we've built will integrate pretty incrementally, right? Because we believe enterprises will slowly adopt, right? They will dip their toe in, they will take a single small use case, and then they will want to, over time, if they're successful, they will invest more and invest more. So everything about the Casper technology is really built around that kind of an adoption model. One, very incremental, one, part of a larger application architecture, right? So it's actually meant to snap into a Web 2 architecture, right, as a value add. And like Shyam has said, not everything is meant for the blockchain, right? So you may take one small piece. There may be one or two small pieces of data that if you could trust that data, if you could track the provenance of that item, of that data, things in your business become a lot simpler, right? It's not about moving everything to blockchain. That doesn't make sense. It's not a pragmatic or realistic approach, right? And so Casper, the architecture of the protocol and the way it snaps in is designed specifically for that use.
You know, to build on Meta, you have to realize enterprises still live today in the Web 2.0 world, right?
Yep.
And while the promise of Web 3.0 is very appealing, the transition is going to take a lot of time. The fact that there aren't enough right tools to even decode or when you deploy them to be able to manage these in these decentralized infrastructure world makes it very nascent in the adoption cycle, right? So the transition is going to be longer, and only the adoption for the decentralized infrastructure is for what you absolutely need. And again, looking at it from a security point of view as well, now you're opening up more points of security risk, and how do you manage those infrastructural challenges? So the transition is going to be long, but Web 3.0 is the new promised land, right? So we have to make the journey and start somewhere. So evolution, not revolution.
So as far as Web 3.0 and by extension Metaverse is concerned, we at AWS, we're studying the market, and obviously we're working very closely with technology partners like Casper to help customers who are tiptoeing, who are gradually getting into the space to build out basic pilots and proof of concepts to build on top of the existing Web 2 infrastructure that runs specifically, a lot of them runs on AWS. And we do notice that customers generally, especially in enterprise, are very mindful of security. They're mindful of working with companies that have gone through the necessary regulatory requirements and standards before they commit fully. And again, I think it's going to be an incremental process over the next 12 to 24 months. I think one area that's still coming down the pipe is software identity. That would help resolve the issue of KYC, AML. I think that once we reach critical mass in that space, I think we'll see more of adoption of Web3 across the enterprise.
Got it. So we're getting dirty looks from the two ladies there that we are off time. Charles from AWS, Meta from Casper Labs, and Shyam, we're still friends, I hope, from IBM.
We'll see.
Thank you for your time. I think this is insightful, and I hope you enjoyed it too.
You ready to walk off?
Yeah.
Thank you, everybody, for attending. Now we have an hour break, and then I encourage everybody to come back and to take a closer look at enterprise blockchain applications. See you guys at 3 o'clock.
question? Good. Waiting for the counter to hit 0, as always. All right, welcome back to the second block here at the Blockchain Hub. This block's topic is, but what are they building? In other words, let's take a closer look at enterprise blockchain applications as they are today and as they soon will be. I'm very excited to already make the handover to our first keynote speaker. His name is Nitin Kumar. He's the co-founder and chairman of ZByte, a veteran strategist and high-tech sector executive with multiple intrapreneurial and entrepreneurial successes under his belt. He has run and operated multi-billion-dollar businesses across 6 continents, which is incredibly impressive, Nitin. And most importantly, he's exited 2 startups already successfully. So I'm quite keen to hear his thoughts on the enterprise NFT opportunity, specifically from CRM to ORM. Please give a warm welcome to Nitin Kumar.
Good afternoon. How's everyone? Awake? Well, thanks for giving me the opportunity to present here. So a little bit about me was already spoken about, but I've been in blockchain for as long as it has sort of existed, and the modern era enterprise for as long as it has existed. So I've had the benefit of seeing both worlds. And as the era transitions from the old economy to the new economy, I think the underlying economic logic that Web3 we all are bringing together is completely changing. The tectonic shifts in the enterprise on how they do business is fundamentally altered. How many of you guys own NFTs? 1, 2, 3. That's a pretty good sample size. How many of you guys view NFTs as a collectible? That's very good. So NFTs are collectibles, but the way we think about it is that they're the equivalent of forms in Web3. They unlock something. And if you take that view, the possibilities of NFTs are endless as far as the enterprises are concerned. So over the last probably 10 weeks or so, we've had more than a couple of 100 conversations with enterprises on how NFTs are going to be used. Is that all hunky-dory? No, there's a lot of barriers, but good news, people are thinking about it. So let's think about how enterprises should be looking at NFTs and where they are today. Okay, the collectibles and metaverse, we can keep that aside for a second, we'll come back to that. The first use case, really what we're seeing is inside the CMO organization. Many enterprises don't want to take NFTs into the core and disrupt the operations as yet. They're learning through this, and people like you, people like us, are going to continuously be on that education journey as we help people navigate the murky waters of what is NFT, what are those standards. In the CMO organization, the first use case is on brand activation. You can use the NFT, take it out into the market, engage the community, activate the brand, and then an associated set of experiences come alongside with that. Use case number 2 goes into campaign management. We all get those emails from our favorite hotels and favorite airlines, and guess what we do with them? You know, you have this very fantastic delete button, right? Goes immediately on that. Now, imagine an NFT coming in there. You suddenly got the attention, given all the euphoria associated with it. Obviously, there is a multi-demographic at play here, from Gen Z and, pick your alphabet that comes after. So there is a very significant portion of the audience and the customers that are not email natives. How do you reach them? For tomorrow, campaign management use case part A is engage new users that you can't reach, new demographic that you can't reach. Second, improve the effectiveness of your existing campaign. Third, unlock new revenue streams within the B2C or even B2B, right? So that marketing use case has become very significant, and a lot of CMOs actually have budget. Then you go into a new use case called warranties. How many of you guys have those cell phones and sell them and buy them in the secondary market? Now, think about not like a high-priced item like a car or let's say a house. Those are so significant that the warranty revenue is tracked. But if you buy a cell phone and you sell it to the person sitting next to you, telcos or hardware companies cannot actually track that warranty revenue. So there's a fantastic retargeting opportunity. Your warranty is NFT'd, it's on the blockchain, it's immutable, track and trace is very easy. You're plugging revenue leakage, right? So now tie that back into the CMO use case as well. There is offensive campaigns and there's defensive campaigns. So you can use a plethora of these into the marketing world, into the chief digital officer world. You unlock new revenue streams. There is also an opportunity to go into the metaverse. Okay, metaverse has got 4 distinct enterprise strategies which function in and around NFTs. Number 1, you build a digital twin of what you have. Pretty evident and obvious, and that's what people are talking about. In 2 to 3 years' time, you have the physical, and then you have the digital. The second part of it is that you are now trying to test something in the metaverse first using an NFT, learn from it, and you build foresight. Launch the version in the real physical world. Use case number 3 is literally an extension of the omnichannel, right? You have mobile, social, yada, yada, yada. You have metaverse. And lastly, it's the entire business. Bond metaverse businesses, there's no physical piece. So there's the entire continuum there. And what we're seeing is that people are taking the blend of collectibles and utility and using them out there, right? So that's sort of how we're thinking about NFTs in the enterprise. And we also come across 4 or 5 fairly significant barriers, which are very important to talk about. Number 1 is the issue that CFOs don't want to hold crypto on the balance sheet. So you have to take it under the hood. They've got to have a feature to pay in fiat. Otherwise, what's going to happen is that you're going to have all kinds of deployments, and it's just going to get convoluted with no standards and maybe more private chains than public chains. The second issue is that there are not that many connectors and integrations that are built into classic enterprise systems. You have to integrate into the big CRMs, into the big ERPs, into your Active Directory, and all that. The third problem is that we have to have developers, right? Solidity, Rust, Haskell, they're not sitting in the enterprise, they're out there in the wild. And that barrier has to be overcome because you need to enable the Web2 people to cheaply mint NFTs in a low-code, no-code fashion and kind of go into the market. You have to encourage the adoption in the Web2 world and teach them along. Many Web3 OGs kind of shun them as Web2 developers, but there's no enterprise adoption without bringing people together. I think the other big opportunity here is to really maximize value on enabling a lot of education in the enterprise and use cases thereon, right? So crypto on the balance sheet, developers, enterprise connectors, and I think there is a new discipline that all the layer ones need to think about called protocol management. We start to take product management and repackage it. A lot of stuff is different. So we need to really think about what that looks like as a discipline and educate the enterprises there, right? That's sort of the lay of the land, and I think there are several use cases that are coming on the gaming side, which many people are aware of. The second big piece that is evolving in the metaverse and NFT is digital clothes and digital fashion, right? I mean, if you had this conversation with me 2-3 months ago, I wouldn't be clueless, but I'm seeing how that ecosystem is coming together. On digital clothes, people want to mint stuff. On clothes made of sand, glass, fire, and use your imagination and how that goes into the metaverse. It's actually a big cult there. So life is very interesting. NFTs are nascent. It's going to be a journey. Opportunities are endless. Barriers are real. But I think the Web3 is an opportunity to completely alter how the world thinks about the ability to do business. That said, I'll take a pause here. Any questions?
Currently, we have this euphoria, we have this excitement about NFTs, and now if CMOs start doing this, and I start receiving an NFT for every single campaign they have in mind, then I would lose this excitement, right? How do you see this evolving?
So I think there is another fundamental issue here that the Web 2 and Web 3 identities don't talk to each other, okay? And I'll tell you what is the biggest barrier is that every single time, if you have to go and create a wallet on another chain and all those long strings, I think you would be put off for that. So the user experience is pretty key. The second thing, the way we need to think about is that the era is shifting. We need to go from what you call the CRM, customer relationship management, into what we call ORM, owner relationship management. Okay? You would absolutely do it if the incentives are right. You have the NFT in the wallet and you are earning more.
So you're talking about interoperability. So
Interoper-
eventually you want us to go on one blockchain and utilize.
Need not be on
solution.
one blockchain, but it could be a wallet on something standard. But again, if you're incentivized to do it, I think those behaviors will change. In Web 2, there is such a big stigma on my data. We're all a little bit paranoid about that. In Web 3, you can release what you want, and you can get the token equivalent or NFT equivalent or whatever it is. Metric and incentive drives human behavior, right? And I think Web 3 has that ingredient. Web 2 didn't have that lever. So I'm a little more skeptical on the ability to operationalize this in a vacuum that is going to happen from CRM to ORM, flip of a button on Monday morning. But it's coming with the right infrastructure, right protocols, right standards, and the right incentives overall. It is a big change.
Thanks a lot.
Maybe time for one more question?
Okay, thank you very much.
Thank you so much, Nitin, and what a great teaser for a lot of the content that we'll be covering tomorrow, right? It's been mentioned that this is a topic that is highly relevant for a lot of different industries, fashion included, gaming, etc. So please do, if this is something that's tickled your fancy, join us tomorrow afternoon to hear a lot of industry experts talk about how that is exactly already being implemented in a lot of these use cases. Switching gears now, of course, today's topic is touching on both enterprise and government applications and adoptions of blockchain. So I'm quite pleased to introduce our next keynote speaker who will be taking a closer look at how Casper Labs is supporting government blockchain adoption, and who better to do that than co-founder and CTO of Casper Labs herself, Medha Parlikar. Many of you have seen her already earlier today, but it's my pleasure to introduce her. For those who don't know, she has more than 30 years of tech experience, and she's considered one of the top women in blockchain, a very well-earned title, if I do say so myself. She's been delivering production SAS software for large companies such as Adobe, Omniture, and Avalara, and you are in for a real treat. Medha, please invite, you're invited to join the stage.
Well, thank you everyone for being here today. So I'm going to talk about a very specific product that we have developed in collaboration with the government of China, the open permission blockchain. Many of you have heard recently the news that China has banned public blockchain protocols. They are trying to crack down in the way that China only can. And we were invited, the Casper protocol, Casper Labs team was invited through our collaboration with BSN to go ahead and create what they call an open permission blockchain with very specific requirements. So I want to talk about this product offering. And what's been really interesting is in our team, we've always focused on what the customer tells us, right? That we've let that really drive our product development process. And even here, once word got out about what we had built for China, we have other governments that are approaching us saying that they're finding this offering very, very interesting. And given that we're at World Economic Forum, I felt it appropriate to talk about this. So without further ado, let's go into it. So, the opportunity blockchain presents for public entities such as government is really massive, right? Governments understand that public trust is something that they need to hold, and it's important. They are supposed to be a service industry for all of us, right? They're supposed to serve for the greater good and the public. And it gives them increased transparency and streamlined operations, better trust. But it's definitely underserved by most of the blockchain protocols out there because they do have specific requirements. And the requirements are not that different than it is for enterprise, right? If you think about what government needs and you juxtapose that against what enterprise needs, it's not a huge separation, right? They're very, very similar. The Casper technology is actually purpose-built for this. So let's talk a little bit more about what we're doing here. So advanced security that government really needs. And of course, governments are really concerned about energy efficiency, right? So as a pure proof-of-stake protocol, Casper is extremely efficient. Our node hardware requirements are very, very low. Our engineering team, myself included, believes in running with a very low production footprint. And that's super, super important because we want to make Casper infrastructure affordable and easy to operate, even on bare metal, right? We want, even in the public network, the validators to be able to operate Casper and be very profitable. That's how the network is going to sustain itself. That's what's going to make it robust for the future. And then on the bottom level there, you see professional services. So Casper Labs, the company, will work with government agencies because they don't know about blockchain. They're used to having this service provider model, and so we've structured the company and the public protocol in this manner so we can provide professional services. So we deliver control and flexibility for governments. So specifically with the BSN OPB configuration of Casper, there is no cryptocurrency at all. The Chinese government was very, very clear that while there may be this notional idea of a token on the protocol, there isn't any way to broadly transact that token or accrete any value to the native token on the protocol. Now, Casper operates purely off of configuration, which is super interesting in that we don't need to what we call fork the protocol. For those of you that don't know what forking is, it basically is you take a code base and you fork it, you split it, and then you make all your changes here, and then this is the mainline code. Casper technology doesn't require that. You just set up a configuration depending on what you need, and boom, the blockchain will operate in that modality. So why is that important, right? From a technology perspective, we're getting ready to ship Casper 2.0, and we want to be able to ship Casper 2.0 even to the OPB instance in China. So all the upgrades that happen in the base protocol will be made available. It just runs under a different configuration. You have the control over network participants and how it's used, right? So it is a permissioned network, but it's open access. So everybody can see the public records on the protocol, on the network, if they want to view the data on it. And they still get the benefit of all the flexibility and power of the smart contract platform that Casper offers. So, when you listen to Shyam talk about governance, right? Governance is a real challenge. We have seen the exact same thing that Shyam was talking about, where different entities, competing entities, yes, government entities compete as well. They compete for things like customer data. They compete internally, even politically, around who's going to control most of the data on the blockchain. And so with Casper, you can have this agency, participation model where if a government says this is the blockchain you're going to use, it comes down from above. Each of those agencies can choose to run a node eventually, or in the beginning, they simply onboard their processes onto the open permission blockchain, and then they can start sharing data, right? And there's a lot of fantastic use cases that come out of this. If you think about vital records, land and title, construction permitting, right? Having all of this transparent and available will streamline things like title transfer, right? Birth and death records. You can have a single universal access for this public information, and you're not having to go down to the county clerk's office and wait in line for 3 hours, and maybe they'll have your records in 3 to 5 days, right? Like, who wants that? And the government doesn't want that either. But having them roll it out from a top-down approach is what's needed. And this version of the protocol is going to really enable that because governments like that notion of having control. And of course, as we said, Casper is very, very energy efficient. This resonates strongly with them. And it goes beyond just the low footprint. A lot of the proof of stake protocols have a very low energy footprint, but many of them do not have a low hardware footprint. So we pride ourselves both on having a low energy footprint, but also having a low hardware footprint, making it possible to run the Casper nodes on existing infrastructure or even cloud infrastructure such as AWS, Google Cloud, Azure, or whichever provider they so desire to use. And I said, provides dedicated professional services. So this is really important for both enterprises and governments because our team knows how to deliver, right? Our team is the one that helped the association launch the public protocol. We know how to bring consortiums together. We did that when we helped facilitate launching the Casper network, and we've already provided, I think, 8 or 9 upgrades to the public consortium, right, to the public network. And when you talk about being able to deliver software on some cadence, execution of a development team, that gives great comfort for both enterprises and governments because you want a partner that can deliver for you. So many, many use cases, right? We've got supply chain management that we've been working on, public sector, financial services, and of course, digital rights management. So this is also, again, proven capability of the team and the technology. And that's it. I'm happy to take questions if there's any questions from the audience.
First of all, a round of applause.
Oh, thank you. Thank you. Thank you to all of you for being here. Any questions?
Thank you for a great presentation.
1 second, Neil.
Thank you for a great presentation, Meta. Can you share other governments that you've been working with other than China?
Well, we just announced, I think, Ashok, yes, we announced.
We just announced today, understanding with collaboration with government of
State of Telangana, who happens to be just next door here. They signed a memorandum of understanding with us to deploy this instance of this product for use in their internal government.
Yeah, and those of you who don't know State of Telangana, the capital is Hyderabad. That's probably more well known as compared to the state.
Which is one of the technology hubs of India, right? So we're very optimistic that other states are going to follow suit because this offering is very attractive to them, right? They want all of the benefits of blockchain without the crypto use case. Other questions? Yes.
So in your technology roadmap, you have interoperability with other chains, or this is a private chain that is under in the enterprise cloud of a corporation or government, correct?
Well, so both, right? Casper is highly configurable. So the software is completely open source, and you can configure the blockchain to run either in a private, permissioned, or public mode, or in this government mode. So it's purely based off of configuration and how you choose to deploy the software. With respects to interoperability, those are bridges. So you saw a demo of a bridge with Hyperledger and Casper earlier this morning, and we have other Casper bridges that are currently in development and will be releasing shortly. An Ethereum bridge, there's already a Binance bridge, there'll be a Cosmos bridge very soon, as well as obviously a Casper bridge.
Terrific. One more quick question.
Sure.
So in your deployments, do you have some kind of consulting service as well that helps in the configuration process, right?
Correct, correct. So we can do a managed service where we run the blockchain for them, or we can help them go live. Obviously, smart contract support, application development support, full integration support as well. We provide all that.
And then one quick question. As an investor, can I invest in the equity, or you're not tokenized, but you offer equity and you're private and you're public?
Casper Labs, the company, is structured as a traditional company with equity. We'll be doing a Series B later this year.
Okay, that's what I want to participate in. Thank you.
Feel free to reach out to Renal or Neil or Cliff or any one of us from Casper Labs, and we can talk to you later. Any other questions?
One question regarding the supply chain management. What would be the use case currently for supply chain management?
So the use case we've implemented for supply chain management is it integrates IoT devices for temperature control for vaccine transfer. So what happened was it was a very hot climate in which COVID vaccines were being transported, and inside the containers there was an IoT device that was tracking the temperature controls for that unit. It would track directly to the blockchain, and then upon receipt, the full recording of the temperature control of the unit was reported, and the customer could validate whether that container could be accepted or not. You're welcome. Any other questions?
Otherwise, please do feel free to find Meta afterwards. She's always more than happy to answer questions, and you'll have an hour to do so in between our blocks.
Thank you, everyone.
Thank you, Meta. Hand it to Charles. Perfect. All right. Switching gears back to take a closer look. Obviously, these types of projects are not born overnight, whether it's a government project or an enterprise solution. So our next keynote will take a closer look at what exactly it takes to realize blockchain deployments at scale. No better man to do that than Charles Akoto himself. He is the Global Business Development Manager for Amazon Managed Blockchain and Amazon Quantum Ledger Database. He has over 15 years of experience in IT tech leadership, cybersecurity, cloud strategy, systems integration, and most recently blockchain and digital assets. Welcome, Charles.
Thank you. Thank you very much. Again, my name is Charles Akoto. I'm the BD for our Amazon Managed Blockchain Service. today I'm going to talk about, building enterprise scale blockchain deployment. Let me just switch to, okay. Something wrong with the, no. No problem.
Just a moment.
Oh, there we go. I think we already skipped a few. Awesome. So before I start, I want to introduce you to our Amazon Managed Blockchain service first. So what is Amazon Managed Blockchain? It's a fully managed service that makes it easy for you to create and manage blockchain network using popular open source frameworks. And at the moment, we have, the key value proposition for our blockchain services. It helps you easily build and get your systems up and running. If you're starting out in blockchain, you don't have any experience or any technology knowledge of blockchains, you can easily get your systems up and running. And we also offer two frameworks. One is the private managed permission blockchain, which is the Hyperledger Fabric, and we also offer Ethereum. Now, there are two different use cases where you would use Ethereum. Ethereum, obviously, as you know, is a popular public network, and you would use that for, for permissionless applications when you have an unknown number of users. With Hyperledger, it's private permissioned. You can, you create a consortium. If you're working with a consortium, or you're trying to, you have a well-known set of users that, that you want to share data in a private way. Now, common customer use cases where we see are trade finance, supply chain, track and trace, retail, loyalty points programs, as well as healthcare, digital records, and many more. And here's a list of some of our blockchain customer references that are using. These are by no means an exhaustive list, but we have across different industries, and we work very closely with technology partners as well. So I'll give you an example of a particular, some use cases, some enterprise use cases. We work with Nestle to build a chain of custody and a chain of origin solution for their coffee from the farm all the way to the home. And basically, we help work with their technology teams to build out an entire blockchain solution, and we all helped fund the development of that solution. And now Nestle can, users can actually track the provenance of their coffee, which specific farm it came from, the carbon footprint, the water usage, and even pesticide usage on the blockchain, on an open platform. Another use case is Global Rockstar. They were the first to offer music NFTs on the public chain, and they reached out to us, and we worked with them to actually come up with a proof of concept for the platform, for the solution. And this solution allows the average user to invest in digital rights, to actually invest in music NFTs, and earn revenue from streaming and also CDs and also videos. And this solution was actually built within 3 months, and we worked with them and did a go-to-market launch in last December. And right now, the service has over 100,000 customers. The other use case is Sony Music Entertainment, and they basically use our blockchain solution to track digital rights management, with content creators, musicians, and also digital rights publishers. So it allows them to verify information regarding the date, time, and creation of any content, and simultaneously verify the rights generation on the network. And this project was actually brought up because Sony was having issues with different tracking the copyrights of who owned what content, and they reached out to AWS to kind of help them solve that problem, and we actually built this in 6 months for Sony. And last but not least is Double Jump Tokyo, which is a gaming platform, a startup that develops blockchain games. They were actually included the first blockchain game called My Crypto Heroes. they had a lot of issues, using other gaming providers and also blockchain providers, and they realized that they were seeing a lot of high costs in their transaction and high latencies when they're minting assets on the Ethereum blockchain. And we worked with them to help scale out their deployment, and they're running Ethereum managed nodes on our platform, and it's helped them save a lot of money, and because of the low cost and pay as you go, and scaling up to add more nodes as they need to. So we're aware of the fact that we don't support all protocols at the moment, but we work very closely with our technology partners like Casper and Kaleido to build enterprise scale platforms on AWS. We provide the and the infrastructure and work very closely with those partners to actually scale up their deployments and allow customers to reap the benefits of the blockchain. And one of the examples is Make International, which already runs their website and infrastructure on AWS, and they are one of the top 3 validators in terms of total values staked on the Casper network. They decided to run their development and production Casper nodes on AWS to help them secure and deploy nodes all around the world across various regions. So I invite you to come build on AWS. If you want to learn more about our services, please feel free to reach out, and we definitely reach out to me on LinkedIn. I have my QR code. So if you have any questions about how we can help you scale your deployments, if you're a startup, you're looking to build your first applications, we can bring a lot of business development, credits, training, and support to help you scale out your infrastructure. Thank you, and I'm open for questions. Any questions? Sure.
You were so clear, there are no questions.
Oh. Yeah.
Hi, Charles. Thank you so much. In your view, when your companies reach out to Amazon, that they want to work with you in blockchain projects, what is their maturity level, and what are the challenges they face in adopting these technologies, these new emerging technologies?
Very good question. So sometimes when customers reach out, sometimes they're still trying to figure out what the art of the possible is. And they're not quite sure. I mean, they've heard of the hype, especially enterprises that are growing, and they're not quite sure exactly what use cases work best. So what we do is we work backwards from the customer, and we try to figure out exactly what core business challenges they're facing. And sometimes it might be blockchain is not the right solution for them. Sometimes, if you have the need to store data in a secure way, like your bank, you're not going to store your data on a public blockchain. So we work backwards with them, and sometimes they might use a centralized ledger technology like quantum ledger database, and in some cases, it might be a private permission ledger. But once we understand what their use case is, we work with them, we provide them business development credits, and also training and also education. And we also have our professional services team, and we work with partners to help them actually build their first POC and test out the use case before they move forward. And beyond that, then we can continue helping them as they grow, as they move forward.
Thank you.
Hi, thank you so much for this presentation. Amazon is well known in the startup space, supporting startups on many levels. Do you see special areas where a lot of traction from startups is coming from, or do you have a regional focus?
Well, my focus is global, but there's certain key segments that we're seeing a lot of adoption. Example is in gaming. There are a lot of companies that are doing play to earn or in-game tokens or memorabilia, and we're also seeing a lot of adoption in supply chain, loyalty point programs. We're seeing adoption in even within government entities like state and local governments. We just did a project with South Korea. All of their driver's licenses have now been moved to digital, and pretty much citizens don't have to walk around with their driver's licenses anymore. They just have an app on their phone, and if they want to prove that they're above age to buy alcohol or just prove who they are, they use the blockchain application to just provide proof that they're above a certain age. They don't have to provide their driver's license. So we are seeing adoption across the board, and we see that the next big thing is SSI, which is self-sovereign identity. We think that that's kind of where we're going to see a mass adoption once that's once we have that implemented across the board.
Thank you.
Awesome. Well, thank you very much.
I can hold it. We're now going to welcome our next panel, Beyond the Hype Cycle, Breaking Down Live Blockchain Applications, with moderator Saker Erikat, co-founder and managing partner of Crypto Oasis, Ali Habebe, blockchain acceleration lead from Roche, Eric Spangenberg, CEO and founder of IPWE, Pedro Lopez Belmonte, blockchain lead of Richemont, and Neve O'Connell, senior business development manager at Casper Labs.
Thank you. Thank you very much for such a kind introduction. I think first and foremost, we should start by thanking our fantastic hosts because what they've built up here is absolutely fabulous. So maybe a big round of applause for the organizing team standing behind us. Well, it's an absolute honor and a pleasure to be here with you guys because I remember my entry into blockchain was actually through the enterprise space. Mm-hmm. Very backward to how usually people get into blockchain. And when we were speaking and at enterprise level, we couldn't have anyone listen. So right now, I was just checking, we have somewhere around 150 people joining us online. We have a full room here. So this is personally really rewarding. I'm glad that I'm joined by a fantastic round of panelists that provide different points of view. And to make this closer to everyone here, we're going to talk about what are trends, what happened in enterprise blockchain, and how do we see this go in the future. And we wouldn't be decent people if we wouldn't say ladies first. So, Neve, why didn't you give us a quick round of introduction? We'll do one-liner introductions for everyone, and then we're going to start with the panel, please.
Okay, great. So, hi everyone. My name is Neve O'Connell. I've been working in the enterprise and blockchain space now for the last 6.5 years. So, initially on the product and delivery side, and then I moved into the business development. So, started my career at Deloitte and Touche in Ireland and helped them set up their blockchain lab. And then I joined Consensus and helped them scale their supply chain and blockchain team before then joining Casper Labs.
Super. Ali, over to you.
Thank you. Hi, everyone. My name is Ali Habebe. I'm leading the blockchain acceleration team at Roche. I'm looking at the blockchain from a healthcare perspective, and yeah, looking forward for this conversation.
Super. Moving on.
Yes, thank you very much. My name is Pedro Lopez Belmonte. I'm blockchain lead at Richemont, and I oversee and support all the blockchain initiatives, especially from a technology development perspective.
Wonderful.
Hey. Hello, my name is Eric Spangenberg. I'm the CEO and founder of IPWE, and our main business is managing intangibles on the balance sheet, in particular patents.
Super. So as you can see, we have a wide array of experience here on the table, and we're super excited to have the sound guy here with us as well. But moving on, why don't we, Neve, I think your experience is rather unique in this entire equation. You've seen this full circle. You've gone from consulting to advisory to speaking to governments and entities from around the world. Give us a short introduction of how this entire space evolved from, blockchain, what is blockchain, to now governments adopting blockchain all around the world.
Yeah, sure. So I'm happy to share from my experience when I started working at the lab back in 2016. And so I would say initially the companies that were exploring it was very much focused on how can I use this to enable operational efficiency. So, the investments really started in this space with the financial services. So a lot of the use cases that I would have worked on was everything, from cross-border payments to trade finance to regulatory reporting. How can I actually use this technology to streamline the process and then bring it down from either quarterly reporting to bi-monthly to then daily? And so when we started then working with companies in the trade finance space, that really led to kind of the birth of it being explored in the context of supply chains. But interestingly, at that time, a lot of the deployments were very much private setups. And so what we all kind of saw around that time was, for the first time ever, competitors coming together to actually form these consortiums, which, you know, was at that time just crazy to have even thought that this would happen. And so, you know, two massive consortiums that obviously came out of that was OR3 and then the IBM Food Trust, which I know you were heavily involved.
Right.
And then the only other thing I would really touch on there is the fact that at that time again, the number of blockchain protocols that existed that enterprises would even consider, you know, was less than 5.
Yeah.
And so to see how that has even changed, and from, you know, the technology itself, but then also the willingness to actually build on other chains is pretty exciting.
Super. And now slowly but surely we're seeing that change, and we're seeing entities adopt blockchain all around the world, right? And I'm really glad that we have Roche here with us, Ali. And for anyone that doesn't know, Ali's last name means he's a sweetheart, right? So in Arabic.
Oh man, you should not have. I've been trying to avoid this.
So Ali, sweetheart, why don't you tell us about how this works at Roche, and when did you start, and why did you start?
Definitely.
As Roche.
Definitely. To be honest, every time I say, hey, I'm working with blockchain with Roche, people are like, what, Roche is doing blockchain? I'm like, yes, we're doing blockchain.
Right.
And I would say like a lot of pharmaceutical companies now, they're moving toward this direction because we're seeing the value from being part of an ecosystem. We see the value from co-creating with our competitors, with our patients, joining all the ecosystems together, rather than being like enclosed in your own box. Like, this is my environment, this is my Roche solution, and you have to plug into my solution to get value.
Right.
Now we see the value of like, okay, instead of having a Roche solution, why not have a healthcare solution where other people can join this? And we benefit from reaching out to much bigger audience as well, like more patients. And patients have higher value. They don't want to download a Roche app and then a Novartis app and whatnot, right? Like they would like to download one app that helps them with this concept of interoperability. So we saw that value. I mean, I joined Roche as an innovation specialist, where my job was to look at all kind of emerging technologies, although I have a blockchain background. But then quickly I saw, okay, let's focus here. There's a lot of value to get out there. And since then I've been scouting and seeing, okay, what kind of technologies in blockchain technologies exist out there that can benefit Roche, and that's my job, to scout and get what's out there. So recently, for example, we partnered with a blockchain that's trying to specialize in healthcare. It's called dHealth. So this is one of the things that we now start. We are running a master node. We're harvesting tokens.
Right.
And we're using these tokens in different use cases.
And I wonder, do you know around what time Roche started going into this?
So to be honest, there have been experiments for a long time. I would say like more than 4 years we have some experiments. We have even one use case that's in production. But I joined Roche like 2 years ago, and now we're trying to see how can we take this from experiments, how can we take this from a POC mode into an actual production mode, something that actually brings value, and not just, you know, experiment after experiment. And
it makes perfect sense.
Exactly.
And what you're seeing there is that other organizations want to join hands with you and are open and are willing to share certain sets of data?
Indeed, indeed. There's a European scale project called PharmaLedger, where you can see a lot of pharmaceutical companies joined, like Novartis, Roche, Lilly, and many other pharmaceutical. And now they're joining hands to see how can we do this on a scale, right? And this is something unique for blockchain, because back in the days, we did not see this kind of consortiums being built up for that solution. Blockchain enables us now to work in a transparent manner. So we can see, okay, how the value is being created over the chain from all the players. And we can see how much each player is providing value and how much they're consuming value. All kind of things that are enabled with having a public blockchain.
Makes perfect sense. So we're talking blockchain beyond the hype, right? And I think IPWE, you guys came up and you provided a real enterprise-grade ready use case. Tell us more about that.
Yeah, so started in blockchain in 2017 and started out on the Bitcoin side like many people did, and then got more interested in the blockchain side. And we started to look at managing the intangible section of the balance sheet. So about 80% of the balance sheet is intangibles. And in particular, we focused in on patents. And so information about a single patent might sit in 20 different disparate databases that might sit behind firewalls or otherwise are difficult to track. So what we said was, hey, this blockchain use case, put aside the crypto application, is actually going to be a super effective way of managing this information and having it in a verified format. And it was simple as that. We teamed up with IBM in early 2019 and worked extensively with IBM, and then started working extensively with Casper. And we'll move on from patents to the other pieces of the balance sheet, but focused in primarily on the intangible section.
I'd really love to delve deeper into that. With Casper, you started working on patents and actually using those patents, deploying them on blockchain, and then turning them into an accessible asset.
Yeah.
What happened there? And in that, why Casper and why not any other chain that you saw out there?
Yeah, look, so two things. One, we're global, even though we're only 20 people, we're global. So we had to apply a least common denominator approach, and we had to do a chain that was BSN authorized, a chain that would operate in China, so that limited it to 8 chains. So one of the things we did was we hired IBM to do an analysis of the 8 relevant chains, and not surprisingly, Hyperledger did really well, but surprising to us.
That happens sometimes.
Occasionally, but they were very open about it. But Casper finished number 2.
Right.
And then it just so happened that one of the investors in IPWE introduced me to Meta, and I'm not a technologist. I'm innovation specialist.
Right.
I don't cut code. And I just would talk to her, and she would communicate back to me what I actually meant to say in her language. And then I ran into Ashok and ran into the whole team, and they took what was a complicated process that, frankly, we didn't understand all that well. We're really good on the AI side. We're really good on the asset management side, but how we weren't. And I think, look, the analogy I give to people is inventory management systems on the accounting side really didn't exist until the mid-'90s when Great Plains did it, and then Oracle and other people copied that off of them.
Right.
But you're seeing the same thing with intangibles. And I think that Casper is going to be the chain of record for intangibles, just given the attributes it has and the ease to work with it. And the truth is you get no pushback when you come in with Casper. Certainly helps to have IBM on your team as well. But the just ease of use and ease of doing business with them is what's key for us.
Super. Just by a show of hand, who here understands blockchain? Okay, cool. So no need to address blockchain. Who understands this concept of permissioned and public blockchains? All right, super. Now, Pedro, if you think about how you guys started using blockchains, and did you start in the permissioned world? Did you start in the permissionless world?
Well, we have taken a exploratory approach, very curious to try to understand how the technology works and what would be the best way to address it, right? And what we have found, and we see that in the industry, is that there is not a clear answer. Right. Depending on how you want to tackle the problem, depending on what your drivers are, a private blockchain might be the best fit, or the public road might be a better solution, right? In general, and I would say it's not only particular for our industry. In general, what I see is that when we deliver applications to end customers, to individuals, to people like each one of us, in general, the public blockchain solution fits better, right? Because we are delivering something in the context of decentralization, right? We are, in some cases, delivering ownership, right? We are delivering assets, and these assets can be owned digitally. That's one of the powers of blockchain. So a public network fits best, clearly. In other cases, probably more upstream, supply chain, traceability. There might be the problem of privacy in terms of industrial information, things like that. So I would say that would be the rule of thumb to move ahead. After that, each solution and each case is different. One thing that I can speak of for my personal experience is that in any case, whether if you go public or private blockchain, you expose as a company, you expose yourself to external partners, to third parties. So in terms of privacy and in terms of the information you want to put there, they are not that different.
Right. So I think slowly but surely we're accepting this concept that blockchain will provide certain new business models that we didn't understand before. Right? Rather than working in silos, we now have consortia working together. Niamh, your path in all of this is rather unique, right? You started with as a consultant, you advised independently, slowly but surely you moved towards Casper. With that, I'm sure your conversation with the clients changed. I wonder, what is the evolution of challenges that you saw before and that you're seeing today?
So first of all, I would say that the lack of standardization existed then, it still exists today, and that was touched on, yesterday. And that has kind of caused a lot of friction from like a user journey perspective, having applications that you can easily access because, that doesn't exist. It's a lot more challenging. And so that has really still affected, I think, the uptake generally. I would also then say interoperability of blockchains. As I had mentioned, back in 2016, the number of blockchains that were there that were being explored were literally, you could count on your hand. Whereas now, there's so many. And so what is being done, though, at this point in time is, forming bridges across these different chains. So you're actually able to do this at a token and a smart contract level. But this challenge still exists to then figure out how to actually make these chains interoperable at a protocol level. And when they're all built differently, that can be a massive challenge.
I think those are great insights. I'd love to hear, there's one particular challenge I'd love to hear. Ali, what do you see, other than what Niamh already mentioned, what do you see as challenges, and how do you see those challenges in Roche?
Well, when it comes to, like, let's say, corporates, in my opinion, that the biggest challenge we're facing is not the technology, and it's not the, interoperability definitely is a big challenge for the whole technology. But when it comes to corporates that have like millions of patients, usually, you have enough, let's say, ecosystem to build upon. However, the biggest challenge is legal. And how do you convince the regulators of this technology? How do you prove that this technology does what it says? How do you prove that their existing regulations, they actually fit with this technology, that you don't need new regulations? But so often having this conversation, bringing the regulators to the table, talking about this, in my opinion, is currently one of the biggest challenges we're facing.
Interesting point of view. Eric, how about you?
So for us, I think it was education.
Right.
The hype cycle was just so big. It's hard to remember, but even when we first started working with IBM, if you said blockchain to somebody, they'd go, "Oh, you mean Bitcoin?"
Yeah.
Right? And
we've all been there.
It wasn't that long ago that was what happened, and now finally it started to separate out. And look, and even that prior time, it was a technology in search of a problem, and it's moved away from that. And so I think as people have started to move up the curve. And the best example I have for that is I dealt with 3 companies last week, and each one of the employees I dealt with had blockchain in their KPIs, which is a dead giveaway that it's coming, right? Like that's when you know it's actually got itself weaved into enterprise.
And I like what you said there, right? It was a solution looking for a problem. But slowly but surely, over the years, these problems started crystallizing, right? And we now see use cases that offer themselves better than other use cases. Niamh, can you touch upon some of the key use cases, trends, industries that you see will slowly but surely adopt this more and more?
Yeah, well, I think the reason why also these applications are expanding is, first of all, because companies are realizing that blockchain ultimately is the secret sauce to commercializing their own data. And so given that these companies who have been investing in big data for the last couple of years, they started taking these big steps by having these strategic mandates over the last couple of years. So because of that change in mindset, they've been a lot more willing to explore it from a lot of different perspectives. So, not just around the operational efficiencies, which I had mentioned at the beginning, but like, how can I use this technology to, create ecosystems around my products? Or how can I better reach consumers or form these communities? How can I have incentive structures to enable more participation? So I think with that and with the NFT capabilities that are continually evolving, we've seen a lot more different use cases. And so everything from, supply chain tracking to working more with governments as well. It's exciting to see that kind of continue, but there's a lot more new and added value services now actually being created for the first time, and it's led to these entirely new applications, which is awesome.
Right, which is, I think, the exciting part about blockchain. It's changing the business model as we know it.
Yeah.
Who could have imagined that, any one of you would have been interacting with their businesses in the way they are? Could have imagined that a giant like Roche says, hey, you know what? I'm going to share my data, I will open this up, and I will turn this into a team sport. If you were to call out maybe the 3 top areas where we see use cases, what would that be?
I'd say financial services, just generally, that's always going to, remain top of mind. Transport and logistics and provenance tracking, that's a big area. But I think we're going to see that even become a bigger area because the likes of the FDA, they're actually at the moment completing rules that are basically meant to come in force in November time, where companies are required within the food industry to be able to maintain records for any critical trigger event. So that's everything from, creating your product, receiving your product, shipping your product. So I think that's really going to help push and drive more momentum in that space. And, once that kind of provenance tracking creates that single view of a supply chain, what we're then going to see is, again, what does it look like then post-sale? How can I bring in the restaurant? How can I connect it back that when I'm at a restaurant, I can actually tip the farmer who actually, sourced and made my chicken on my plate?
Right.
That's, I feel and see, like, that's where it's going. So, it's exciting.
Super exciting. I'm super excited about it. And Ali, you mentioned that you had an innovation background, right? With innovation, people are always at the center, right? Talk to me about how you are slowly but surely, when thinking about blockchain, pulling in the user as well.
Yeah, definitely. I mean, one of the most interesting use cases for us now is looking into data ownership. How can we, in a healthcare environment, give the patient ownership over their data? How can we allow the patients to share their data with us without identifying them? How can we even potentially reward the patient for sharing this data? How can we use zero-knowledge proofs, for example, to be able to verify a patient without them exposing a part of their data that they don't want to share? So this is where we have the user at the center. And for me, in my opinion, the use case of having a self-sovereign identity or a digital identity, this is the building block for every use case that we have at Troll.
Yeah, I think it's the holy grail.
Definitely. Once you have the patients on the chain, once you have a digital ID that's like also owned by the patient, controlled by the patient, the liability for us is much less as well. And this enables us to deploy hundreds of use cases after that.
Super. Switching gears a little bit. We spoke about where this came from. We spoke about what this is today. We spoke about some of the hurdles. Let's say we are back here in Davos 2 years from now, right? And we always say 2 years from now, the entire world is going to change. And 2 years from now, what do you believe will be the key trends and what are the hurdles to arrive there? Starting with Pedro.
The key trends, I think one of the current challenges we see is adoption.
Yeah.
Right? From our perspective, luxury is a non-essential industry. Right? It's very important because it's very emotional, but it's not non-essential. And in that sense, I think we are able to play a bit more freely than pharma, for example, or other industries, more regulated. What we see, the problem we see is adoption. Right? The regular people, they still don't understand the concept, the implications for them, their obligations, how they need to manage it. And I think now we are all realizing that. So I would say it's adoption. We will see a shift and a trend in how companies in general, not particularly our industry, in general, talk to the customers, to the end users, explain them, help them to enter into the Web3 world, deliver them the concept of ownership, and also in terms of user experience, I think we are going to see also an improvement. I think probably most of us here today, we know what is a non-custodial wallet. Probably we have one, we have set up, we are aware of the different perks, but the user experience is terrible still. Right? So I think in that user experience, also we are going to see a lot of improvement.
So user experience and the hurdles around user experience and adoption.
Yeah.
Eric, fast forward 2024, we're sitting here. IPWE is a multi-billion-dollar company built on Casper's public and private blockchain. Yeah? What do you think would be the challenges that you're facing at that time?
Look, on the fear side, a hack, and I don't know how to define that, but whenever somebody tells me something's unhackable, I know one thing, they're wrong.
It's always hackable.
Okay, so
you're right.
I don't know what that will look like, but I worry about that bad event. The other bad event I worry about is the negative experience with NFTs will deter some people in enterprise from adopting it because they're going to say, see, it is bad. Look right there when it's not relevant to what they're doing. So those are my two worries. What I think would go right is, of course, it's adoption. My personal view is what drives adoption is education, and particularly where you're solving a problem.
I agree.
So if we're successful, if IPWE is successful in continuing to solve a real business problem, then we'll do great. And we won't be talking about blockchain, we'll be talking about the business problems we're solving, which is, at the end of the day, what it's about.
And I really like that. I wish that, in 2024, we're not talking about blockchain anymore. We're talking about how is this actually helping us, right? And really, in this room, just to go back to the audience, right? We're all users of the internet. Right now, this is being streamed on the internet. My son is watching. Hi, Mashur, right? And we're all users of the internet. How many of you could explain to me how the internet is working right now? Just by a show of hands. 2 people, right? But here we are sitting talking about blockchain and how is blockchain going to work and how does this actually work. So slowly but surely, that conversation needs to move away from how is blockchain actually working.
I don't code.
Exactly, to what is the business problem that we could find. Neat.
I think, on the NFT side of things, that technology still needs to evolve as well. So like right now, enterprises are creating NFTs based on what they perceive consumers will pay. And so they're static assets. They need to move away to become smart, livable, dynamic assets that have real utilization that evolve with time. And so I think when that is in place, it's going to be an absolute game changer. And I think that we are going to see dApp stores where you can actually download and create these apps. And I think it's going to be a lot easier as well for business people to also create them. So look, we're working on, for example, at the moment, a low, no code NFT platform where marketers, content creators, they can easily drag and drop and create their own, business essentially on this. And so I think we're going to see a lot more entrepreneurs and content creators get involved. It's not going to just be primarily developers in this space.
I could spend 45 minutes just talking about that sentence, smart, livable financial assets. I mean, and really, once we get there, that's going to be the interesting part. Play the thought experiment, though, with me, right? Fast forward 2024, we're sitting here back again in the World Economic Forum. By now, Casper Labs is a multi-billion-dollar chain with all the governments in the world adopting it, right? What do you think is going to be the challenge that we're going to be facing then at that point?
How to figure out the right incentive structures for all the people to be involved, and also changing that mindset to really actually put the consumer in the driving seat. At the end of the day, they know the products, they're the experts, so they should be thought of as that and help shape what the product is going to look like over time. So I think the biggest hurdle will be, again, changing that mindset, moving away from Web 2, leaving that at the door, and being more open and figuring out what design incentive structures make sense for what you're doing.
Super. To me personally, this was one of the most insightful panels I've seen to date. So big round of applause to our panelists. While we have these great guys here, I do want to open this up for questions, though, if there are any questions from the audience. Cool.
Thank you for a very insightful conversation. And I have a question to Casper Labs. So how often do you see a need for a token rather just a like technology solution for a company? So how do you work? Like how the company could use Casper Labs, and could you elaborate on that? So when do we need a token, and when do we need just a technology solution?
Yeah, so it really depends on what you're actually looking to do and where you kind of want to start. So what we basically do is we provide advisory, consultancy, development support to any enterprise of any size to build on the Casper technology. So what we want to ultimately do is enable any size business to be self-sufficient. So although, let's say, we might help build an application on top of Casper for you, or help you build, let's say, a stablecoin, your own type of token that you want to use in your own economy, again, boils down to the use case. We'll help provide the development support, integration support, access to the middleware, and then set you up so you can continue to be self-sufficient and manage that on your own.
Cool. Do you have any other questions? All right, with that, I'd like to thank the audience for an active participation. I'd like to thank the panelists. A big round of applause. Thank you so much.
Thanks. Oops.
Thank you indeed. As always, you now get to enjoy an hour of networking. Please do make sure to join us again at 5 as we're taking a closer look at Web3 and sustainability, specifically the topic of blockchain and ESG. Enjoy your break. So I'm just going to slip by. Happy to receive you. evening to all of our friends upstairs. I'm very happy to announce that we'll be starting the downstairs program shortly. So if you'd like to join us, we'll be hitting things off in 4 minutes. If you're curious about hearing more about Web3 sustainability, specifically blockchain and its role in ESG, please do make sure to make your way downstairs quickly. Seats will run out, so hurry up, hurry up. All right, great to know our call to action worked. Welcome, everyone. I'll allow you all to get settled, but in the interest of our friends joining us online, I do want to make sure that we're able to start on time. So if I could have you guys settle down quietly, that would be great. It's always a bit like herding cats. But I hope you're all in for the next hour, in for a great ride as we take a closer look at Web3 sustainability. Specifically, how does blockchain currently interact with the topic of ESG? Our very first keynote will be delivered by, actually not Brittany Kaiser, she'll be here in a second. Our very first keynote will be delivered by Jeff Page, the CEO, director, and co-founder of forest staking. He's a already a fan club, Jeff. He's a BBC-trained broadcast engineer with over 26 years of experience as an IT sysman, sorry. He's owned IT consultancy firms in 3 companies, the UK, Sweden, and Portugal, and he's now forayed into the blockchain realm, particularly on the staking side. So he's going to give us a look at Staking 101, an energy-efficient Web3 solution for businesses. Please give a very warm welcome to Jeff Page.
Oh, thanks, Dad. I brought my own fan club with me. So let's see. There we go. So, what is staking? Before we go there, let me tell you a bit about myself. So, Tracy covered it already. I have 26 years in IT now. I started off in working for the BBC in live broadcasting. I've been a consultant through many public sector companies. And 1 year ago, I started forest staking with my colleague here, Gary, and another colleague at home as our first endeavor into blockchain. And since then, it's been a bit of a roller coaster, crazy journey that we've grown to be one of the top 10 nodes on the Casper network. We've got very close to the team, and we come to events like this, so it's fantastic. So let's start. So what is staking? What is staking? So before we go into proof of stake networks, let's roll it back and go to proof of work, which is the original blockchain technology. You'll have all heard about proof of work staking like Bitcoin, because it's been in the press a lot about the energy usage of Bitcoin. Bitcoin has been taking a bashing from Elon Musk, amongst others. There's lots of campaigners who are against Bitcoin. I don't think they're seeing the full picture, because Bitcoin has also it's driving innovation into energy use, usage of renewable energy. But what happens if there's another way? So more modern technology, something like Casper, proof of stake networks. Proof of stake networks takes away the energy usage of mining equipment. Mining equipment uses an extreme amount of energy. I think it's estimated that 0.6% of the energy of electric use of the world is in mining Bitcoin currently. And proof of stake takes this away. Proof of stake means that you stake your tokens on the network, and that actually is your trust. You put your money where your mouth is and say, here is my stake, and that's how you validate the network. Yeah. So, just 1 second. Yeah. So mining equipment tends to wear out very quickly. It's a very intense machine. It's running at 100% capacity the whole time. So it's not just energy usage, it's also the machines, they're thrown away. You have to keep replacing. So proof of stake networks mean you can get a low spec server, and Casper is especially good at this, has a very, very low energy footprint for their nodes. We run the node, and it takes a lot less energy to run. It's a lot lower spec server. Forest staking, our company, take it a step further. We run on 100% renewable energy. We also take the revenue we gain and we plant trees. So we've promised that every delegator we have, we plant a tree to build a forest. It's kind of our thing. So we're building trees, and we're planting trees, and we're also looking at rewilding projects in Europe, reinvesting our revenue into rewilding Europe. Our aim is to become not just carbon neutral, but become carbon negative. We've basically taken a very small footprint of Casper server, running on renewable energy, and trying to give back to the world by planting the trees and planting everything. So that's my next step. Yes, so let's talk about Casper, really. So Casper did a deep report into energy usage, into Bitcoin usage. It's available on the Casper blog. It's also on our Twitter account. And it estimates that Casper is 136% more efficient than Bitcoin. That's 136,000%. And it's 47,000 times more efficient than Ethereum. So taking that, it allows us to run everything on a very small server, smaller node, and make it available for everybody. So really for environmentally, so you're able to stake with us, use Casper Network, and have almost zero environmental impact. So another thing that's been in the news recently is risk. I don't know if you've heard, but recently a major blockchain lost a lot of money. Everything plummeted down to zero. One thing that's nice about staking on Casper is you have custody of your coins. If you own Casper, if you own CSPR, and you stake it directly on the network, you never transfer your coins to anyone else. It's staked, but from your own wallet. At any time, you can pull your coins out. So staking on a validator is completely risk-free. The only risk is your custody solution. You can use wallets, paper wallets, you can use ledgers. There's lots of different methods. If you ever need any help with it, you can contact us. We offer a 24-hour support channel. But yeah, so you never lose. So even if forest staking disappeared off the world tomorrow, your coins will always be safe. It's a really nice aspect of proof of stake, and especially Casper networks. The way staking works on Casper is the currency is an inflationary currency, a small amount, 8% a year. That 8% is paid out to validator nodes like ourselves and the stakers, the people who hold the Casper. 8% is not the reward you get, because 8% would be if every Casper token is staked, which it's not. Casper is a utility token, so it will be in use. So the 8% is then paid out. The 8% of the entire network is paid out and shared between the stakers and the validators, and the reward is currently about 10.5%, which is better than you'll get in any bank, I assure you. Sorry if there's any bankers in the room, I'm not. Yeah. So one of our big questions is why Casper? So Forest, we have a number of blockchains we run across the network of the different blockchains, but our main focus is Casper. Casper, there's 3 reasons. One is the team. The team are fantastic. They're the A-list team. They're the best in all the positions. The other is the tech, and everyone always says, oh, I love the tech. We are definitely in this for the tech. They are the future of blockchain for me. They are upgradable. They are aiming at enterprise adoption. And I don't think any technology really makes it without having enterprises on side. And the third thing is the environmental, obviously. One of the services that we offer, so forest staking, we made our name by having a 24-hour support channel, being there, educating about Casper. If you follow our Twitter or if you follow our LinkedIn, we're continuously giving educational posts about Twitter. You know, we're not influencers taking photos, or we try and work with the system. And what we offer is a 24-hour support channel. If you ever need any help, we're there to help you. But we also offer a business side as well. So I'm in the business development side, and so we actually have an exchange that uses our services. We have a number of other businesses that stake with us. Some of the loudest claps in the room were from them, so I thank them for that. So what I do, I offer monthly reporting. So you stake with us, you get a monthly report, earning report. You can have a non-disclosure agreement if you want. We sign a contract, so guaranteed uptime and compensation otherwise. And that's kind of the business side that we do. I think that's it, actually. Is that it? Thank you.
In that case, thank you so much, Jeff. I'll invite you to hand that over to Alessa. I now have the pleasure of introducing our next speaker. Her name is Alessa Berg. She's the CEO of Top Tier Impact. She's an entrepreneur, investor, advisor to multiple funds and companies, and it's specifically her thought leadership that sits at the intersection of positive impact and emerging tech. So it's very fitting that she's covering the topic of impact investing, specifically within the world of Web3. Please join me in welcoming Alessa Berg.
All right, guys, impact investing and blockchain technology. So in the next 7 minutes, we're not going to talk about all the specific verticals. What we are going to do in the next 7 minutes is show you exactly how these two areas that sometimes get polarized and talked about as if they don't have much in common have so much in common that by the time you leave, you'll be like, impact investing, blockchain technology, which one is which? So we're going to start with impact investing. I run a company called Top Tier Impact. We're the global ecosystem for impact investments across 45 countries and all economic sectors. And we see a lot of Web3 overlaps at this point. Now, on the other side, blockchain technology, my journey started 10 years ago. I have a background in governance design and system design, and so I used to write academic papers on that. And when I finally came across Bitcoin in 2012 on some Hacker News thread, I thought, this is the most impactful technology. Why? Because we can design governance systems, we can design economies, we can design countries, right? So I got excited right away. Now, unfortunately, for those of you in the room who were around at that time, it was a little bit of a different ecosystem, right? It was much more basic than it is today. And so 2014, 2015, I was in venture capital, pretty much the only fund in Europe doing blockchain investments. We led the series A of blockchain.com, we invested in Blockstream. And so that's how early it was. And I just kept on thinking about when are we going to see the overlap of positive impact across all economic sectors coming and leveraging blockchain technology. And guys, the good news is that those times have arrived and those times are now. What we see at top tier impact in every single economic sector, whether we're talking about ag and food, climate technologies, healthcare, biotech, is that Web3 is pervasive. Blockchain technology is coming in, and with its functional, with the core properties of it, it's bringing transparency, it's bringing traceability, it's just bringing more efficiency to the way that all these sectors operate. So I don't actually even see Web3 as one of the areas of impact for us, because we define all the different sectors that we are active in by the properties that they have. I don't see Web3 as like one bucket. I see Web3 just as AI, as being pervasive. And at this point, I could, if we had more time, run you through examples, like actionable examples that are gaining real traction in these specific industries, like bringing like these kind of traceability to the ag and food sector and doing the same across the board. So the question is, if we step back for a second, why is it that I still have to do so much education on the fact that Web3 has so much impact to do, and there is so much more that all of you guys can do at this intersection, right? There are incredible opportunities to unlock that we are not seeing enough startups unlocking yet. And some of the protocols, I believe, have fantastic opportunities as well to collaborate more with enterprise, just as Casper is doing. And so from our perspective, really, it's about connecting the dots across different sectors in a way that is polymatic, and polymatic approaches are, frankly, what defines this space, right? I mean, if we step back just for a second, like, how did this start? Like, this is the marriage of economics and cryptography, which normally never really had much communication, right? This is what blockchain technology is ultimately about. And so what we see for the next phase of evolution of the investments we're going to see at this intersection, bringing Web3 into positive impact, is to actually say, we're going to leverage the intersection, the trackability of the technology for doing things that were not possible before, right? So for connecting the dots in ways that were impossible before, right? And so in the same way that we brought economics together with cryptography, we're going to bring blockchain technology, these like polymatic technology per se, together with specific ways in which we operate in the biotech sector, specific ways in which climate technology is coming up. We have a climate software company out of top tier impact that is bringing ESG data online. Now, for those of you who aren't fully familiar with ESG, ESG has become the new normal for public asset managers, and ESG just means don't do bad, right? Now, this is better than nothing, but it's just a checkbox exercise. So what's going to happen is that impact is going to come into those markets. Now, impact actually means doing good, which quite frankly is a little bit more exciting than just not doing bad and ESG checkboxes, right? What we are doing with this company is to bring this data online in a way that allows corporates to find that bottom line impact, so financial impact, right, on their businesses by being able to see like what their supply chains are all about, right? Like there are a lot of risks hiding in their supply chains, and these translates into quantifiable financial issues, right? So these are risks, and it goes into the risk management of a company. And so what we're seeing there is that bringing blockchain technology into the equation as well means that large corporates who now have, whether they like it or not, to report on ESG and to report on sustainability, right? And this is where it goes mainstream. It goes mainstream because they have no choice, right? So they have to do it one way or the other. And then when they start doing it, they understand that it's financially relevant, okay? And so at that point, when you can bring this data online and when you can track your supply chain all the way to the core, that's when you are delivering significant value to markets, public markets and private markets, that was never available before. So I'm just giving you an example because this is a company that has come out of Top Tier Impact recently, and it is a little bit just like Salesforce has developed like the system of record of client data. It is like the system of record of ESG data, and we see a few intersections like this, where ultimately like bringing Web3 technology and like bringing the properties of this tech into the space and collaborating with enterprise partners is gonna unlock significant financial value. And I say that because we need to stay realistic. You know, for us in impact, impact is not doing good or just, of course it is, but impact ultimately is about a more efficient economy. It's a more efficient paradigm of showing up, of doing business, of doing investments, of running companies, and frankly, to live life as humans, right? Because we can live our lives like going like, oh, forget about negative externalities and all that stuff, or we can actually like show up in a more transparent way and ultimately build a planet that is better for everybody, including our own selves, right? So to me, blockchain technology does that as well. Why? Because it allows us to run away and or rather avoid negative externalities, right? And so bring that efficiency into the equation of being able to understand like what that data means for a company, for an ecosystem, right, for an economy. And this, for me, is the most impactful thing that we need at this point. We see all these different sectors, and what do we see? Ultimately, we see that the connections and the connecting the dots is more important than ever before. Because you might touch something in an agriculture-related supply chains and think that this is going to do something good, but maybe something bad comes from the other side, right? So this is why this technology is so important, because if we don't do that, if we don't take that online in this way, then we might try to fix something on one side and make a mess on the other side. So with that said, guys, I just want to show you how much of overlap there is. In impact, we say this is a better paradigm for our economies, for our society, and for our lives as human beings. And in the blockchain technology space, as I joined it years ago and following it from an impact angle, I think it's the exact same thing. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Alessa. All right, next up, and I know she was running between venues, so we're really, really happy she made it. It's my pleasure to welcome Brittany Kaiser. She's chair of the board of directors at Gryphon Digital Mining, but she's also the co-founder of the Own Your Data Foundation. You're a globally renowned expert on data protection, blockchain tech, legislative reform, as well as a best-selling author, which is a very impressive list. And if she looks familiar to any of you outside of the blockchain space, you may also recognize her as the main subject of the Emmy-nominated Netflix documentary, The Great Hack. Brittany, it's an absolute pleasure to have you here, and you'll be taking a closer look at Proof of Green, Digital Assets for a Sustainable Future. The floor is yours.
Thank you so much. Good afternoon, everyone. So incredible to be at another Davos with you all, and that all we see up and down the promenade is crypto and sustainability. How incredible is that? That the intersection between blockchain technology and sustainability has become the highest level conversation all around the world. Now, there's quite a few of us in this room that are here at Davos that started working on these initiatives before Michael Saylor and Elon Musk and Kevin O'Leary made it cool. And I'm, proud and honored to say that I am one of those people. As it was kindly mentioned, I am chair of the board of Gryphon Digital Mining, one of the world's largest Bitcoin mining companies, but the first Bitcoin miner that was started specifically to be both ESG focused and carbon negative. And as chair of the board, I lead our ESG strategy and our ESG council. So I really feel that one of the most incredibly powerful things that technology in general can do is to catalyze things much faster than government bureaucracy or law normally allow. And that's really what this conversation around the world with both the crypto community and the wider private and public sector has done. Last year, when we started talking about the energy use of Bitcoin mining and the energy use of proof of work, we started talking about, in general, how can digital assets not just become more sustainable, but help drive sustainability initiatives around the world, and even become a part of the infrastructure that is verifying the data that actually shows that we are using carbon-free nuclear and renewable energy, that shows that we are not just saying we are ESG friendly, but we are actually doing it. And some of these initiatives are now becoming the tools that governments and the biggest companies around the world are using to prove their own sustainability. I particularly have been working on a number of initiatives, luckily inspired by the incredible people at EnergyWeb that started the Crypto Climate Accord. I've spent a lot of time in my life specifically working in diplomacy, mostly in human rights law and the intersection between human rights and technology and how to make technology more ethical. So to see the Crypto Climate Accord and immediately hundreds of companies in the crypto sector decide to commit to carbon neutrality and to move to carbon-free completely and to collaborate together to build the tools and the infrastructure and the organizations that required that before the law came in and told us that we would need to do so is a huge testament to the leadership in this industry. A huge testament. Say, for example, a lot of big tech companies before GDPR and CCPA would have decided to start becoming privacy advocates. That's what this is. Just imagine that gravity. If all of those companies did it before the law demanded it. And most leaders in the crypto community that have been specifically working on proof of green, sustainability initiatives, ESG, NFT tagging to prove the types of power sources that we are using, to prove that we are sustainable. We started working on all of this before this global conversation broke out and before we started having regulatory conversations where parliaments and congresses around the world are now trying to figure out how they force us to become sustainable. And so many companies in the crypto industry are not just focused on ESG. We are focused on being carbon negative, which means not only being carbon free as much as possible, but investing further in ESG initiatives like reforestation and carbon capture and carbon sequestration, and being the financial drivers of the entire world being able to actually meet our climate goals. And in the conversations that I have with legislators and regulators, when they say, is crypto going to be the reason why climate change happens faster? I say, excuse me, please let me take you through all of the data and all of the initiatives that are coming out of this industry without people being forced to. It's because a lot of leaders in this industry originally got here because we believe that we can build the technology that makes the world a better place. So look at the data, look at all of these initiatives, and guess what? The crypto community, the blockchain technology industry, can be the largest financial driver of the building of large-scale renewable facilities, the largest financial driver to save old energy facilities and be able to use them in a green way, the largest financial partner for achieving climate goals and the SDGs. Because that's really what we're talking about. That is the level that we are at right now. We see governments around the world that are starting to mine crypto in order to fund the upkeep and the development of their new green energy facilities. We're starting to see governments, everyone from El Salvador to the UAE to Norway to the government of Fort Worth, Texas, where the government is mining crypto. And that is going to support government budgets and important initiatives that create massive impact at the local, national, and international levels. So thank you all for everything that you're doing in the industry. that is at the intersection of crypto and sustainability. And if you have not yet made those commitments, if you don't have an ESG committee in your company, please create one. I think it's very important that we all take this seriously as we see the banning of proof of work being discussed in European parliaments. That is a huge detriment to our industry and to the future, not just of technology, but of so many things. So take this seriously, engage in the conversation, sign the Crypto Climate Accord if you have not, so that we can work together in order to make sure that the blockchain technology industry is represented properly at an international diplomatic level and that we are a part of climate change conversations. And not just part of conversations, but a part of the solution. So thank you all for having me here today. Such a pleasure. Thank you to Casper Labs and CVVC for making this beautiful space. And everyone, enjoy your Davos.
Wonderful. Thank you so much, Brittany, and what an excellent lead-in into our panel discussion for this evening. We're trying to answer the question how to meaningfully use blockchain to advance ESG initiatives. Leading the conversation is Ethan Janney. He's the co-host and co-founder of Edge of NFT, as well as NFT LA, but also just an ESG enthusiast, I guess you could say. So it's a topic very close to his heart. He is joined by Richard Thrillfall. He's the global head of KPMG Impact, so an excellent voice to add to the mix. We are hoping that Jesse Morris, the CEO of Energy Web, will be able to join, but I know that he's caught in traffic, so let's see. Joining Richard and Ethan is Fleur Haynes. She's the co-founder of Proof of Impact. And Joel Curato, the MD for business development at Casper Labs. Ethan, I leave it to you. If Jesse happens to show up within the next couple of minutes, we'll happily add him to the mix. Otherwise, I leave it to the four of you to carry the conversation. Please enjoy.
All right, well, it's a privilege to be here. Of course, we have some understanding when people run a little bit late or are doing other things, because there's so many wonderful things to be done, so many powerful conversations to be had. Just came from being able to interview the Minister of Digital Transformation for Ukraine about everything that they're doing with blockchain and NFTs and how much they've embraced those things. And just a tip from him, I asked him what are some of the things that he thinks you can do to support, and he said hire people in the Ukraine for work. They have really talented people, and especially in the blockchain industry. So keep that in mind. So I'd like to then now launch into the conversation by just letting each of our panelists, we got a quick introduction to myself and them from our moderator at first, but let's let them go in and give a little bit of background, a little bit of context on what they're up to these days. And let's just start to my right. Fleur, tell us a little bit about yourself and what you're up to.
Sure. So my name is Fleur Haynes. I am the co-founder and CEO of Proof of Impact. So what Brittany was talking about, like how do we get the data, not the policy, because that's a different thing, to show that you are walking the talk. But not only that, we want to actually show the materiality. What does this data mean, right? So if you are more carbon efficient, if you are more socially responsible, does that lead to financial results? So I've also recently become the chair of Purpose with a Y, because once we have all these companies verified and we can really show what their impact claims are, not the do no harm, but impact, then why can't retail investors participate in the growth of these companies by potentially buying those NFTs? So that's my world.
Beautiful, and you know, just to follow up to that introduction, it's just so important because I think this comes up over and over again when people are pursuing meaningful goals, but they can't prove the impact, or you know, it's not being recognized, right? And it's such a powerful thing to be working on. So we really appreciate that. Let's move on to Richard and go ahead and give an introduction of yourself.
Ethan, thank you very much, and it's wonderful to be here. I'm allowed to say that I know almost nothing about the technicalities of blockchain. But
wrong panel.
I'm the global head of KPMG Impact, which is everything that we are doing in terms of helping our clients across the whole of the ESG, sustainability, UN Sustainable Development Goals agenda. And whilst I know precious little about blockchain, what I do know is this, that on the current trajectory of the world's carbon emissions, in just 7 years, 1 month, and 28 days from today, we will cross that threshold of 1.5 degrees above pre-industrial warming. That of itself will bring significant impacts, including sort of tipping 1.7 billion of the population into severe heat exposure on a regular basis. But moreover, it starts us on a downward spiral where we can't control any longer the systems that cool the planet. That's why we need to be worried about it, and that's the urgency about it. So now let's try and relate it back to blockchain as best I can. What I know is this: if we are going to do something about this and all the societal tensions that go with it, we need to change behaviour fast. And if we need to change behaviours fast, we need information, we need data, and we need data in the hands of those that provide the finance, those that consume, those who are, giving up their time to work for whoever they choose to work for, and they need to trust that data. And so the limited little bit I know about blockchain is it's fundamental to this because it sits at the heart of the trust agenda as to how we create the conditions to take us away from all of the worst effects of climate change and societal breakdown.
Excellent. Well, it sounds like you know just enough. We appreciate that. There you go. Let's walk it over to Joel and get an intro from you.
Good afternoon, everyone. My name is Joel Curado. I'm Managing Director at Business Development for Casper Labs. I spent the last 15 years in IT working at companies like Cisco, and actually since 2008, very strong advocate for sustainability, very focused on understanding and leveraging technology to achieve sustainable goals. And we've done that in IT companies, and I'm very happy to be part of the Casper family because blockchain is indeed an element of a technology that can be used to improve and achieve ESG goals. That's definitely. I'm also board member of IE Business School as part of the Tech MBA, where we talk a lot about digital transformation and innovation and how can technology be an enabler to achieve the basically digital transformation goals of companies or in cities. In the last 10 years, I've been focused on smart cities, specifically working with governments and cities all around the world on how this technology can bring more livability and better quality of life to citizens. So I'm really happy to be here with this panel and share a bit of that experience.
Beautiful. Thank you so much for that introduction, Joel. Really privileged, as a lot of these panels have been able to host. It's just such a privilege to be here with such talented and really heart-centered people who want to do good for the world. So I'm going to bring it back to you, Joel. I think you might have some interesting things to say about governance in enterprise, right? Yeah. And so we've seen a lot of interesting things with governance in terms of DAOs, and the capabilities of that, but also just the ways that blockchain can be involved inside and outside of that. So you talk a little bit about your experience and your thoughts about how blockchain can be incorporated there.
Sure. Governance in enterprises has been more and more a must, not just a nice to have, but enterprises do need to adapt governance and frameworks that can help them achieve goals. Not only with the fact that they need to develop a vision, set up measurement in terms of metrics, and then build the team needed to achieve these goals, but really then going back and not trying to do some greenwashing in the sense of saying, I'm going to buy some carbon certificates and I'm going to offset my carbon footprint in a way that nobody really understands, but my business continues to be the same as it is. We need a strong governance framework from a process perspective, and then using technology on the back end to help achieve those goals, but in a way that it is transparent, it is process-based, you can clearly see the goals and the achievement of the metrics that the company aims to achieve. And we see various examples of companies today doing that. We see in Portugal, for instance, in renewables, EDP, Electricity of Portugal, already taking steps in the Dow Jones Sustainability Index and converting already to renewables without having to follow EU enforcement. That's one point. You see companies like Cisco that already are claiming net neutral commitment, and that's already a very strong governance aspect. Companies like Roche that really focus on raw materials, understanding the life cycle so that they can also transmit to their employees and to their stakeholders externally how to focus. And I do believe that Casper Labs, as a software technology company, can provide that type of blockchain software.
Blockchain itself doesn't clean the data or verify the data. It will store it once someone else has done the hard work of actually making sure that the data that goes onto the blockchain is correct, right? That the raw material is right. So when a company like Casper Labs is claiming that their proof of stake is so much more energy efficient, right, than any other form of blockchain protocols, they need a third-party verifier to say, we have the data from utility bills, from energy uses of the machines, et cetera, to actually validate that claim, right? And once that claim has been validated, Casper Labs can then show this to the world. They can have a dashboard, but we can also extend this to looking at funding mechanisms that if a Casper Labs or people who are in that ecosystem are potentially interacting with other ecosystems, shouldn't they trade at a premium because they're causing less damage, right? Mm-hmm. And should the element of actually contributing and not doing harm be included in the cost of capital calculation? And that's the second area where blockchain becomes instrumental, because we won't have to use intermediaries like investment bankers, and I used to be one, so I can say that, to write loan agreements and equity contracts. We'll go straight from the data that we've cleaned up and we've verified, we put it onto a system that protects the integrity, and we can write smart contracts directly to the participants of that company. And that's the breakthrough, right? And that's why this technology will lead to a new financial world very soon.
Beautiful. Well, we're all excited.
You heard it here first. The demise of the investment banker.
Not just Davos.
Richard, could you share a little bit on that, or just your general experiences with governance and
governance within businesses? There's also a role for the governance across entire supply chains, yes. And there's a role for the relationship of businesses and government on behalf of society to be trusted. And yesterday there was a whole dinner discussion about the power of consumers that needs to come through. KPMG's got a supply chain tool which we use extensively out of our Australian member firm called Origins. It's blockchain based, and we applied it last year to the entire sugarcane industry of Queensland. And when I say the entire sugarcane, I mean literally the entire ecosystem of that industry, everything from the initial certifications all the way through to the growing process, all the way through to the transport process, the refining process, the export, the entire thing. And that, to your point, that wasn't government driven. That was an industry coming together and saying, there's a breakdown of trust which threatens the future of our industry. We need to show, for example, our impact on biodiversity. We need to be able to show and prove that we're not harming from a carbon emissions point of view. Mm-hmm. What's the best way of coming together and putting all of the data in one place and then, in fact, make it public so that that can help drive consumer behaviour? And that's just one example of it. You can flip it, if I may, very briefly, to another example. Some of you may be able to cast your mind back to the 14th of June 2017, just under 5 years ago. It was a Friday night. A fire started in a tower block in London, Grenfell Tower, and the blaze caught hold because of the panels on the side of the tower block, and by the end of that night, 72 people were dead. And you know, the repercussions of that for years have been immense. And where would it lead us? Where will it lead us to? It will lead us to, I believe, putting in a blockchain environment everything around the certification of the whole built environment. And last year, midsummer, again, happened to be colleagues in Australia, signed an agreement with the New South Wales government to do precisely that for the building industry in the state.
Very important. Yes, yes.
You know, something that you said really jumped out at me, that there was a breakdown of trust.
Yeah.
And that this sort of reinstatement of trust is something that is so important, and that, you know, we're introducing the hope that these kind of tracking mechanisms that are verifiable and immutable can help resolve that. I think of a book that I think is relatively well known. It's called The Speed of Trust, and it talks about how, you know, business and relationships move so slowly when you just can't trust that other party. You don't know how they're going to respond. You don't know if they're accountable. And then on the reverse of that, right, when you build trust and you know the people that you're working with and you know what to expect from them, oh my gosh, what you can achieve is incredible. We talked a little bit here, you know, about kind of generally proving a business's place and what they're doing to the outside world, I think. But why don't we talk a little bit about to employees, right? And to, because it's I don't think it's very apparent, but to the commoner, but a business is often serving multiple markets, not only including their client markets, but their internal market of their employees. So how do you see, you know, blockchain and ESG evolving together as it relates to employees and that kind of community? Any thoughts on that, Flora?
Yeah, no, I mean, it's an excellent point, because what we talk about is moving from shareholder environments to stakeholder environments. And a employee is a valid stakeholder, probably the most important stakeholder, particularly in this talent war of any company. And it's really interesting. So if we look at the clients who, for instance, use proof of impact, you would think mainly it's for investors, right? Just to show that you've done your job and that you're a valid investment opportunity. But actually, it's to attract the next generation of like-minded, talent who are fed up with working for organizations that have incredible policies, but when push comes to shove, they do nothing, like absolutely nothing to, not just protect the well-being of their employees, but actually grow them, development, to make sure that their resources are managed efficiently. And again, walking the talk, not again on a PDF that shows up 6 months late at the end of the year, but why wouldn't they have something live that they can, engage with? And I think that is where we're going to connect all these ecosystems. The employee that gets loyal to a company because the values that that company represents and acts on, right? Not just puts in a PDF. Then through the NFT mechanism, could be displayed on a platform where people outside of that company go, I want to be part of that culture. I want to do the same impact. And that is going to connect all these different worlds in a way that we were never able to do with the shareholder economy.
Yeah, fascinating. I mean, I have a handful of friends who, went to move on to work in, oil and gas or something like that, for example, because they had the talent and the skill. Maybe they're a chemist or something like that, really excited to make a little bit of money. But, they left after a while because they just got really sick and tired of the business models. And there are some energy companies that are really committed to sustainability too. And I've seen, those friends stick around those energy companies. So it's a really good point.
And don't judge a company by what it does, right? So I think it's also a mistake sometimes to look at what it does and say it's a bad company because it's in gas and oil, right? So I'm probably going to get shot for saying this, but we need the energy companies in gas and oil to help us in this transition.
True. Yeah, and I think...
So look at the delta, yeah.
Exactly. Joel, anything to say on this topic?
Fleur already mentioned a lot. That is a good point. But I do believe the mindset of the employee, and I would say even more so, if the employee understands and contributes to the types of initiatives that the companies are doing, he will feel a sense of pride. He will feel that he is part of the process. And that is really important for that concept of community to go together, and any company that works in a community, for instance, if it has an impact on that community, and I'm a worker in that company, I am contributing for the development and positive impact of my community. Sugarcane example, for instance, perfect. The community went together and worked together to deliver something better in terms of the technology adoption, but also the sense of community that they are bringing to the industry and to the zone. So yeah, definitely.
Richard, I'd love to hearing how passionate that you are about some of these causes and how you speak about them and how open-minded you are to these sort of new technologies. Can you give a little bit of your history with this domain of ESG? Like, how did it evolve? If you've been in it for a long time, how have you maintained your passion for so long? And if you're new to it, what's brought you here?
Well, I've had a very eclectic past that involves sometime as a civil servant, sometime as an investment banker, now redundant clearly, and a long time in KPMG. And actually the common thread through nearly all of that career has been around the transport and the infrastructure industries. And what brought me into this conversation was, as many of you will know, something between 70 and 80% of the world's carbon emissions are due to the infrastructure sector, energy, transport, buildings, and so on. But I've also, perhaps belatedly, realised that it's the carbon conversation is inextricable from the nature biodiversity conversation, the circular economy conversation, and the social cohesion conversation. All of these things lock together, and as we, as climate change worsens, then we're going to see greater social tensions that, for example, are going to create greater migration across borders, and we know what that's likely to spark in our society as well. So all of these things fit together, and that I guess is what I'm so passionate about. But I'm also a born optimist. So I really believe that we have the resources within humanity, if we just concentrate our efforts, to fix these problems. And at the heart of it for me is transparency and disclosure. And you were making the point in the context of employees. You could make the same point in the context we were talking about supply chain, providers of capital, governments, and so on. And what really excites me is I think we're moving really fast to require businesses to disclose openly across a broad range of environmental, social, and governance metrics, and they will do that, I hope, on a basis that is backed by trusted data, which, as you say, is not the which is certified and then caught in some sort of blockchain type environment. And by the way, this is why some of you will have seen we made a minority investment in Context Labs only a few months ago, because they have blockchain-based technology, which is all about the veracity of carbon emissions reporting, because you have to have that trust in order to be able to change behavior.
Mm-hmm. So I'm just going to say to the audience real quick, we'll be wrapping up here maybe in about 10 minutes. If people do have questions, I'm open to it. Maybe we can come out. So if you do, we'll try to engage with you for a moment or two if we have a minute before we wrap up. So keep that on your mind, and just raise your hand at any point, and I'll see you, and we'll come in and bring questions into the conversation. But it's clear that we have a lot of successful people here. People who have done pretty well for themselves, are making money, and a whole community of people here at Davos. Sustainability and ESG, how compatible is this with just the speed of doing business and making money and, having something that's actually profitable? Well, I have to slow down and I have to track these things, and how does this get in the way? Can we talk a little bit about how it does get in the way and how it doesn't, right? Joel, can I have you launch on that?
Sure. I can give the example of smart cities. Every time a new technology comes, the biggest challenge in a city is public policy. It is to adapt the public policy that exists today to correctly implement the technology that we have. And many times, and majority of the times, it is difficult to move into a production type environment with new technologies such as blockchain, because the governance model of the city or the public policy that exists or doesn't exist gets in a way as a barrier for the implementation of that such service. That would be, for me, a clear example of it. For enterprises, I think it's different. I think what is interesting is, one, understand where is the ex-ante situation of the company, where is the, ex-post, ex-ante, so what the present, what is the future, understand what is the digital transformation roadmap that the company needs to do in order to achieve those goals. That's one part, and then implement the technology. But the work with regards to the governance on the back end needs to happen. Of course, when we look at technology as well, we need to think, for instance, in blockchain, is the technology sustainable? Because if I'm going to implement a sustainable metric and I'm going to achieve goals, ESG goals, net neutral, then the technology also needs to follow that type of path. And I think that's important. So taking into consideration technology, taking into consideration processes and governance, and the people necessary to implement, I think those are three levels that we need to take into consideration when breaking down the barriers to implement all of these processes and metrics.
For sure. Richard, how do you maintain your optimism? And isn't it kind of depressing, all the sacrifices that we have to make?
So to me, many of you, I hope, will recognise the badge I'm wearing, which is the 17 UN Sustainable Development Goals. And the fantastic thing is that, going back to 2015, the world came together, almost every country in the world agreed what, to me, is a balanced scorecard for sustainable quality of life for every person on this planet. If we achieve those 17 goals, then we've got to a state, and of course we've got to manage that for a world of 8 billion, 9 billion, 10 billion people, because we can see that's where the world's going. If we can do that, that's the target, right? So, and if you look at it in that context, then we need businesses, because we need to get, we still need to get something approaching, 500 million individuals out of extreme poverty, right? We need to create a world of health equity. We need to create education for, huge numbers of children around the world that don't have a proper education and so on. We need businesses and money and growth and so on. But what we don't want is growth just for the sake of it, whether that's at a country level, with just the relentless pursuit of GDP growth, or at a company level, just saying, it's all about growth, it's all about the money, because then you've lost the plot, and I suspect in this future world you won't be in business much longer.
But I think that So that is the growth opportunity now, right? I don't think we have a choice anymore. Like the demand side, the consumer, you talked about that earlier, is saying, I want to know how this product was made. The investor, we did a research project with the British government and several big sort of players in the impact investing space. $100 trillion, 100 trillion.
It's a lot.
About 1/3, or it was 1/3 of what the world's asset base is, wants to see what their money is solving for. That's their objective. Now they're just operating on a risk-adjusted return basis because that's all they get to see. But if they are given the option to see how is my money contributing, they will choose that. So it's no longer, oh, let's actually struggle and sacrifice. Like, there is a demand category that is saying, I need to see that now, and otherwise I won't give you my money. And those are the investors that need to lead this charge. The second thing is, we have proof, right? We seed fund and investment fund in public equities, mid to large cap. We don't look at a single financial or growth metric, as you would call it. We only look at per dollar revenue, how much water, how much waste, and how much energy. $13 billion consistently outperforms the MSCI index. Why? Because management teams that manage their resources well are fantastic management teams. So it's an indication of performance. You will not exist and you will not be profitable unless you start addressing and operating your business on these data points. And that's the reality of 2022.
That's a very good point. Feel free to clap, folks. Yes. All right, great. We have some questions. I'm gonna repeat it, but go ahead and speak your question.
So, sorry to play a little bit of devil's advocate.
Oh, we have a devil's advocate here. Oh, great.
Sorry to play a little bit of devil's advocate because I definitely believe in ESG and we invest in ESG. We're a Brazilian-British family office, so the problem is not all of us here at Davos because let's say we're fairly well educated, we have resources, so we're not the audience that needs to be convinced. I'll give you an example in Brazil. Someone's making for his family $50 a month. You go to him, he has 5 kids. Burn down that tree, I'll give you $100 a month and you can feed your family. That's the problem. It's not the rich, it's not the developed countries, and but I think we're turning the tide, okay? Let's be optimistic. The 1 billion or 1.5 billion fairly wealthy people, I think we're getting there. Even parts of the United States, I'm British, I live in the United States, we're getting there. Let's just put that aside. It's the 6 billion or the 4 billion that are in poverty. If there's not a transfer, perhaps, of what I want to ask the panel, because I do have a question, is it through the...
I think they have an answer whether or
is
not
it
you have
through
a question.
the transfer, and I would say inefficient transfer of resources, of capital, to pay the poor person in the developing countries, not to burn down the Amazon, because we'll give you $100. Is that an inefficient transfer of wealth? How do we solve it? Because we're at a tipping point, and it's only a 1.5 billion. It's not enough. We got to get the whole planet involved. But I don't blame the poor people for not being involved. I certainly blame us if we're not doing our part.
One thing, did you have a follow-up comment? Or? Yeah, I'm going to play devil's. Let's throw it back to the devil's advocate or the devil's advocate here or something. Yes.
I had a question that was real quick. Linked to
Let's get him. Him
so I think the problem is actually people that are here. 80% of all CO2 is made by the top 20% of people in the world. And actually, like, if you look around, go upstairs, it's not like we're using recycled plastics or anything, and I don't think anyone in here could say how much carbon went into their clothes, things like that. So I do have like a personal, I think, issue with people blaming the poor people when in reality, the wealthy people over the last 100, 200 years have actually contributed 95% of the carbon emissions that we're experiencing right now. And then on top of that, like, we're now asking these people to make sacrifices that we're not ourselves willing to make. So I think it's important when we have these conversations to actually like think about what it's like if you're in the rural areas of Brazil and you do have someone that has received all of the financial benefit of polluting the environment coming and telling you that, like, hey, poor person, here's $5-10 for you not to cut down that tree, but we've actually cut down all of our trees. So I do.
Let's. I think the point's been made, and we really appreciate the conversation. Let's.
Ask my question. It's very linked. And then
yes. Hey, we're giving it a yes. Go ahead.
Super short.
Yeah.
Because we're talking about the nexus between blockchain technology and sustainability. It's not just about environmental issues, which these two gentlemen are debating. So I'm just wondering about the stakeholders that are most important in that discussion, like 8 years old to 18 years old.
Yeah.
How are they in this discussion? That's all I'd like to know.
Okay, great. Let's get that mic back before we. All right. No, great questions, though. Thank you, and appreciate those. Yes, go ahead.
Really good points. I would say a couple of things here, and thank you for that final question on blockchain, because I do think there's an interlink. As an economist specialized in development economics, I did study about that, and I do believe that wealth transfer is one point, technology transfer is another. I'll give the example of China. Everybody was riding bicycles, and one day everybody started to buy a car. So there was an advancement of technology, but not of mindset, and we do need to focus on that point. When we think about, it is difficult because people will say, I want to grow, I want to develop, I want to be a mid-sized country or a high net worth country. But we do need to think that governments, and especially Latin America, Africa, that gave great technological jumps, they did improve dramatically their GDP growth, their infrastructure install base, but then they do have challenges in terms of governance, in terms of implementing setups that diminish corruption, for instance, that can actually do implement, and we do have that in everywhere, to be honest. But big technological leaps do sometimes lead to not focusing on the mindset, on the culture side, and that is a challenge on that sense. But just going to the main point here, wealth distribution is something that should be addressed. Technology, I think it's more important, and how technologies like blockchain, for instance, can bring that transparency and that visibility of processes, because I do believe if we do make people accountable, we do have an extreme point in Denmark that even a minister can resign office because they bought the Toblerone bar with the government card, right? That is the excess. But if we do use technology like blockchain to address those governance issues as a baseline, bring that transparency up front, I do believe that with time, we can bring all these countries up in the chain, the value chain, because it is a value chain issue, but to a point that they can achieve that at a sustainable rate with regards to the convergence.
Appreciate your points, and want to just give us, I think we need to wrap at the hour here, but I think maybe they'll let us go a minute. Yeah.
I just had a quick question on the other side of the supply chain, which is overproduction, and I'm curious what the panel thinks about the ability of blockchain to solve overproduction. Sometimes it's not the most comfortable thing when you go into a store and they don't have your size. I think fashion is being rather innovative in terms of the idea of purchasing digital equivalents and then getting the physical good later and waiting in that regard. I think there's a lot of interesting sustainability work in the fashion industry. The last year I've been very impressed by. I do hear about this as also a podcaster with Ethan on Edge of NFT, but I'm curious about other use cases where blockchain can solve overproduction.
Thanks for making it harder to end my panel. No, we appreciate the question, though. Yeah, did you have something to say?
we have clients who use it in various industry verticals consistently for waste management. You're talking about overproduction. I mean, there's so many aspects. It's agnostic to the use case in that sense. I think what we need to think about is, as individuals, we are not blaming the rich or the poor. I wouldn't even know how you define those people, right? And secondly, it's about making the most intelligent decisions. And what is going to empower the most intelligent decisions, the most powerful tools? And blockchain is probably one. It's not the only one, but it's one of the most powerful tools we should be using for this.
Yeah, I mean, I'm reminded of the aphorism: "What gets measured gets managed."
Or gets improved.
Right. Did anybody else have some final words? Because I know we're going to have to wrap
I
up
just
soon.
want to come in on the little debate that was being had here, and I'm fully with the gentleman at the back. The responsibility lies with where nearly all the wealth is in the world, and that responsibility, to your point, needs to be transferred into probably in more sophisticated ways than just handing over money, helping to change the systems that remove the poverty in those societies. And it is our collective challenge, but the vast bulk of the responsibility lies with rich countries.
All right, a rousing panel. I appreciate your guys' questions and passion, and thank you so much for getting involved. I think you guys can look up these find people online, find them on LinkedIn, connect with them if you're interested to move forward. And thank you so much for showing up.
Thank you.
Thank you, everyone. Just as a quick note on our end, because we've been talking an awful lot about impact and sort of reaching people, switching gears to a different type of impact, I just wanted to quickly share. It's very exciting that we've reached over 3,000 people with the live stream so far. We can't physically house 3,000 people, so we knew that the online component was a super important one, so very excited to be reaching those numbers. And the other thing that I really want to mention, we had the privilege at CBVC Labs of launching our Africa report in the early morning hours here at the Hub yesterday, and within just those 24 hours, we've managed to reach over 242 different news outlets, concluding, I think, with a total number reach of 465 million people that will now be taking a closer look at specifically blockchain's impact on Africa and how the space is developing there. So please, 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 please do be sure to take a look, and be sure to join us in the next block, which will be starting at 7 o'clock, specifically taking a closer look at blockchain's impact on cities. So reimagining Metropolis, Web3, and the future of cities will be kicking off at 7. Do make sure to join us in person or online. See you in a bit. Bye. morning. Please make sure to make your way downstairs. Start filling in the seats. We'll be kicking things. All right, we're entering the final 10-second countdown. Thanks for all taking the time out of your busy evenings and joining us for the very last block. And we're officially live, which means the online audience can see us as well. Welcome back, everyone, to the Blockchain Hub Davos. It's our very last block of the day. We're entering block 4, taking a closer look at reimagining Metropolis, so Web3 and the future of cities. Kicking us off is none other than Mrinal Manohar, CEO of Casper Labs himself, and of course co-founder. He is a tech and finance leader previously with Microsoft, Bain, and Bain Capital. He's run the TMT sector of a $1 billion hedge fund and became a very early investor in Ethereum, Blockstack, Filecoin, MakerDAO, and much more. Please give a very warm welcome to Mrinal.
Thank you. All right, thanks everyone for being here. Wow, that's what happens when you overskip. Thanks everyone for being here. This event wouldn't be what it's become without all of your participation. Sorry we're a bit late, but I thank you all for your forbearance. So I'm not going to spend too much time here. The programming to come after me is much more interesting. I think you'd much rather hear from Verizon and also participate in the panel that we have. But I really want to just do two things. I'll talk about two things. One, I'm going to talk a little bit about culture, and then I'm going to talk a little bit about strategy and how that affects where blockchain is going. And the reason why I'm going in that order is Drucker famously said, culture eats strategy for lunch. And while that doesn't mean culture is a substitute for strategy, it really sets what a company is about. If I was to talk about our culture and put it in one line, it would be everybody deserves enterprise-grade software. Meaning whether you're a two-person startup or, you know, this monolithic multi-billion-dollar company, you deserve extremely good quality infrastructure, or really we don't move anywhere as a species. We don't take these big technical leaps. So just to set the stage, enterprise blockchain is massive. Wow, I don't know what happened there. It is quite embarrassing when you have technical difficulties as a technical organization. So the enterprise blockchain market is massive and is currently wide open. I won't go into too much detail on this slide, but on the next slide, what you can see is as a percentage of total IT spending, what's coming into blockchain is de minimis, which is why people are ignoring this market. You know, it's sub 1%. That being said, it's expected to grow to, call it low double digits by, call it 2032. So just in the next 5 to 6 years, we should see about $50 billion of revenue come into this industry. You compare that to capital flows into all of crypto. I'm not talking about valuation. I think a lot of times people confuse valuation and capital flows. You know, people say crypto's a $1 trillion industry. That doesn't mean $1 trillion entered the industry. Enough entered it to take it to $1 trillion. 50 billion in capital flows into the industry will be more than what's happened in the past 3 years combined, if you take like aggregate positive capital flow only. So the impact that this could have on the market is extremely severe in a good way. And businesses right now must adapt or risk perishing. What's happening right now is there are both shareholder and top-down mandates to embrace new technologies. Before, if you thought about it, as a CEO or a CTO at a company, you could have been 3 to 4 years late to embrace cloud computing, missed a few points of margin, and you'd be forgiven for it. Today, if the next technology on the horizon isn't embraced fast enough, and as a result you lose competitive advantage, this is an immediate culling for the manager. This is a huge change in culture. Managers and especially parts of the business that deal with tech stacks are expected to adapt really, really quickly. But why haven't enterprises adopted blockchain technology? So look, I'm not going to go over each one of these things one by one, but let me talk about a general premise. The reasons why they haven't adopted blockchain technology is because as an industry, we haven't taken the technology to them. We've expected enterprises to come to us, and that's never going to work. We've done a lot of things that have made it very difficult for enterprises to adopt this technology. First and foremost, we tell them that they have to learn new programming languages. On top of that, learn brand new tools. Now think about that. If you're a CEO or a CTO at a company and you're transporting a lot of your tech stack, you don't want to deal with that level of key man risk and training risk. And therefore, we need to offer tools and programming languages that they're familiar with and that they can continually update. Another major theme really is, if you think about a business and they want to put tens of millions of dollars against the technology, they want to know that there's a phone number that they can call, that there's someone at the other end that can make sure, A, that their deployment looks good, and B, if something's going wrong, someone can help me do it. And you know, the blockchain approach, which has some really nice anarchistic qualities to it of, hey, it's all in a repo somewhere, doesn't really work if you want to drive the next layer of adoption. So, to it, what we've really focused on is to be the most accessible blockchain to developers. There's this weird feeling in the industry that to be the most accessible blockchain to developers, you have to be EVM compliant and support Solidity, which shows how much of a bubble we kind of live in within the blockchain space. Solidity developers are less than 1 million, and that's a very, very generous estimate. If it's more than 100,000, I'd be quite surprised. But there's not good data on this. Worldwide, there's 25 million, some estimate about 32 million developers. When we say we want to be the most accessible blockchain for developers, we mean developers, period. We're not talking about blockchain developers, because if this industry really has to grow, you cannot have that as a division. You can't say, all right, there's this bunch of developers that are blockchain developers, and there's this other set that are nons. That attitude's actually been one of the fundamental reasons why our industry hasn't grown as fast as it should. So 3 key takeaways before I step off. I think the hype cycle is over and the utility era is here. You know,
and what can you do with that you are able to then move around and have that experience more broadly than just in a game or in a specific situation.
5 milliseconds of latency.
Well, 1 gig of throughput we have today. We're deploying in the US. And again, it depends on, there is a range, but if you are using millimeter wave technology, that's what we are able to offer. And we are providing that to the home, 300 megabit, and then to enterprises up to 1 gig, depending on what kind of a solution that you have. So you've got the basic great big pipe through which you can put anything. And that allows you to take that experience and to develop a whole bunch of applications that don't require you to be tethered and don't require you to be stationary. The other thing that's important is to think about the headsets and how long you can actually wear these things. And that for 10 hours with that type of environment. It's very immersive. It is really putting you in that environment, but the headset and the experience can bring you back. So imagine if you can take some of that compute, some of that store off of the actual headset and put it into the network. And if you have the type of latency that we're talking about, and you can get a really great experience even if you don't have that sub 10 millisecond latency. Anything below 100 or 50 or 30 really gives you a great experience. So you imagine the applications that you can develop where you can thin out the headset. You can make it cheaper. You can make it more available for other applications. Those are some of the things that you can do, and that's the reason why Verizon is interested in the metaverse.
And you mentioned at the very beginning that untethering it because of the wireless, this sort of wireless capacity that you're talking about, opens up the way for more AR experiences.
Yeah, well, we don't want anybody wandering around in a virtual environment and not knowing where they're going.
Yeah.
So that's why it wouldn't be virtual. Yeah. So that by definition it has to be AR. But I saw something very interesting here on the promenade yesterday, is that there is an ability to actually toggle between AR and VR.
Yeah.
So you can sort of you can tune out the environment around you if you're in an environment where it's safe. But if you're in an environment where you need to be aware of your surroundings, then you can actually make it into more of an augmented reality.
Yeah.
So you can see where you are. So that already brings in the aspect of mobility.
Yeah.
But what I saw that was very interesting, because it was a Wi-Fi application, there are limitations to
the latency. There's limitations to the throughput, and there's obviously going to be limitations on security. So those are the types of things and the use cases that you can take it to the next level.
Yeah. Maybe we could talk about applications a little bit. So there's some obvious ones. So there's gaming and
Right.
entertainment are two of the obvious ones. But are there other sectors where you see the shift happening?
Education.
Yeah.
And corporate education is an easy one. If you want to train on a particular new technology, actually we have started doing that for ourselves. So if you think about all of the technicians that are going in and installing internet to your home, as an example, and during the pandemic, we're not able to bring everybody together, we can actually train them using one of these headsets. Now, at this point, they're not able to be connected because you don't have the 5G chipset in the headset. But those are the types of things that we are looking at. We're developing out the ecosystem to then make it so that the product lines that we are seeing coming out from the different manufacturers will have that 5G capability. So we're starting early, and we're starting with the manufacturers of the headsets as well.
And so that's education, including corporate education. There's some other
Right.
sectors that people talk about, like retail, healthcare.
Healthcare is a good
government.
one.
Yeah.
Healthcare is a really good one because I think it's a great way to train. It's a great way to really experience. And I think something as simple as just being in meetings. Well, we've spent the last 2 years, 2.5 years, sitting in our homes and being on virtual meetings. But you can actually, with the tools, for example, that Meta is providing, you can be in a Horizon workroom or in a work setting, and it is extremely immersive. So I had the ability to try this out with the Quest headset. It's just, I'm sitting by myself in a room, and other people are sitting in other locations. In this case, it was actually in other rooms within the building. But I kept going like this because they were sitting right next to me, and it really gives you a different impression of a meeting, and it gives you an ability to hold simple meetings without actually having to travel. And we can do this across geographies as well. So that takes the overall virtual meeting experience to the next level as well.
And was it a sort of real likeness, or was it this sort of cartoony?
They created an avatar. They created my avatar, so they,
And was it a
had
good
done that.
recreation?
Pretty good, actually. It just felt weird. My hands were moving in a little bit of a strange way, but yeah, it was quite realistic.
Yeah.
And you can change the background, so you can have a setting, if you want to have mountains in the background or whatever, so you can create the environment that you're in. And then you see the others next to you. And it is another, I think it is definitely going to be a way that we're going to be holding virtual meetings as we go forward.
Great. So these are some of the applications that you think are interesting. Are there other aspects of the metaverse that you're more skeptical of?
Well, I think we talked about the hype cycle. I think we're in a bit of a hype cycle. I think we have been different. We've been calling it different things, but the metaverse is not new. It's just been things that we have been doing, whether we call it virtual reality, augmented reality. This is something that we have been working on for a while, we meaning as an industry overall. But I think there are things that are coming up that we need to be watchful for. How much are we willing to pay for virtual objects? And what is really the long-term value of some of these virtual objects? I can understand that you may want to wear a designer jacket in the virtual world, but what is that really worth when you're using real dollars? And I think those are some of the things that need to be monitored a little bit, and there has to be a little bit more of a regulation around it, maybe not too much, but there has to be some thought around that. And there have been some cases of discrimination, you could say, or harassment in the metaverse, so we have to work through those not use cases, but there are incidences, and see how we would manage those things.
Yeah. I want to ask a few more questions, and then we will have a few minutes to go out if anybody else has questions. One of them, one of the things that I think is interesting is that Verizon is building out this massive, unprecedented capacity for data, basically, to enable this. Can you tell us a little bit more about the magnitude and the complexities of that effort?
It is huge. So we have the largest network in the US, 130 million subscribers. We are the first choice for gamers with the Verizon Fios internet solution. That's 1 gig to the home. With millimeter wave, we're able to basically provide similar type of capability directly over the air without actually having to have that connection. So that is very important. Most of the sports venues in the US have millimeter wave provided by Verizon, so you can think about the Super Bowl that just happened, the types of experiences where you actually have the cameras on the player so you can see it from different angles, and the upload and download speed. So you're sitting in one of these venues with literally tens of thousands of people, and difficulty just being able to post something. You no longer have these types of issues, so those things are being deployed. We just bought...
And what is the timeline for that sort of application?
I mean, those things are available today.
They are, okay.
And we're deploying C-band, which is the latest spectrum out there, that will also give you additional bandwidth and additional capability, and that is being deployed at this point to cover overall the US. And then mobile edge compute, which is what's going to enable the types of things that we were talking about for the metaverse. So take the compute and put it at the edge and make it so that you have the ability to have the compute at the data center, and you will have applications that work at the data center. And those maybe are more the back office type applications. But at the edge, we're looking at doing things like replacing the brains of a robot and putting those in the network. So we're taking robotics, think about the robot dogs that you guys have probably seen. We've taken the compute out of the robot and put it in the network, and that robot has the latency to know that I'm walking in front of it and move around. And they are able to work across different operating systems, because they all work in different operating systems.
Yeah.
So we're able to orchestrate autonomous mobile robots and have use cases in factories, in surroundings like this, where the robots can interact with humans, and they can do it with the latency that the network allows you to do, and that's because you have the edge compute capability.
Great. We're going to take questions in a second. One, and there's a microphone I think that will go around. Before we do, when you look forward 5-10 years in terms of the metaverse and our experience of our use of wireless, how do you see it evolving in terms of the amount of time we're engaging, the sort of applications, the scenarios that you're working towards?
I think it's going to be part of our daily reality. I think there's just going to be, I think it is this concept of there are times where you will be able to just tune into it and live in that type of environment. And then there will be other times where you will switch into more of an augmented view. I mean, as I'm walking around here, it would be great, still a little bit creepy, but it would be great to be able to just know who is in the audience and just have that kind of stuff streaming. There's a certain amount of information, even in the meetings. I have a hard time remembering. I remember faces, I don't remember names. I mean, those types of basic things that you would be able to walk around and augment your world in business settings or in other settings. So I think it's just going to disappear in the background a little bit, because we're all going to be taking it for granted the way we do our phones today.
Yeah.
So it's just going to be additional capabilities that we have all around us, and that's what the technology will
Instead of pulling our phone out and looking at it to look someone up or that sort of thing. We have time for a few questions if anybody wants to. We've got a bunch here, maybe. Yep.
Hi, thank you for coming. Couple things I wanted to address. The things you talked about earlier, where you're speaking about regulators mandating pricing on virtual goods and setting that. When you look at where that is, and also talking about Meta and Meta's vision as a corporate entity, when you think about blockchain and the sovereign ownership, where do you think the line will draw between the community ownership of these sorts of networks and metaverses versus those that are corporately owned? Which do you think will be more available?
Very interesting question. First of all, I don't think regulators should be regulating prices of goods within the metaverse. What I meant is, what is the actual value? And is that value transferable in some respects? And that is something that is just going to have to be resolved. It would be a shame if a consumer paid for something and then it loses its value somehow because it isn't real, or if it's not recognized as a value that you can transfer to someone else. That I don't think should be regulated, but somehow or other that's a problem that needs to be solved. I think there will be more than one metaverse. There will be different realities that we will be living in and dealing with. And I don't think there is one company that owns that. I think those are realities that we will be creating, and the objective should be that it should be open to everyone. Will there be realities that are owned by corporations? I don't think so. I mean, what we're going to do, as an example, is if there are a certain number of users that are playing a game that becomes extremely popular, well, maybe we're going to put up a Verizon sign in there so that there is a Verizon branding. Or maybe you can walk into a retail store, and we will decide where we are based on where we will have more access to a customer. It's no different than sitting and watching a game and us advertising, or no different than sitting and watching TV and us advertising on that. So from that perspective, we will be there, but we will not own it. We will not create our own version of the metaverse.
I think I was more referring to the fact that, like if it's Meta, who's going to be, who do you think are going to be the most pervasive networks? Is it going to be Meta? Because I don't know if anyone wants to live in a world where all of the augmentation is surrounded by this owned properties from a particular company like Facebook.
Right.
And do you expect the other networks to gain traction?
Yes,
do you expect
I do. And we are working with lots of different ones. Everyone is looking at it. I think everyone has a different approach, whether it's a consumer approach or whether it is an enterprise approach, but there will be more, definitely. That's my view.
Question in the back there. Yeah.
Hi, this is a logistical question since you're the CSO of all of Verizon. Fios, the land-based connectivity, and the 5G that you're talking about. So I live in something called mid-country in the United States. So Fios comes within a mile of my house, but it would cost me about $100,000 to actually get it delivered to my house.
Right.
So when are we going to merge Fios land fiber optics with Fios, I guess, Verizon 5.0, so that we don't have to go through a landline to get to our houses?
Okay. So I won't be able to answer that specifically for your address. Generally. Okay, so I mean, that is the reason why, you know, the great thing is you want the service. That's the great thing. And appreciate that. Appreciate that. But it is about, from our perspective, what is the best way to get you what you need? And it doesn't mean that we necessarily have to dig underground to get to you. If we're able to get that capability to you over the air and it addresses your need, then that's the way we're going to do it. That's why we're having fiber solutions. That's why we have millimeter wave solutions, which is, for those that are not aware, very high band. It doesn't go as far, but it allows you to have a much greater throughput, so you can get a higher bandwidth.
The idea is to merge the two eventually.
The idea is to provide you your internet connection, either with a fiber or mobile broadband. And we are in the process of being able to do that now, so you will have a choice to then be able to decide, I want somebody to dig that cable, or no, I'm just going to do it over 5G. It's being implemented now. And then satellite will also be part of the solution, so that's why we're working with Amazon Kuiper, with LEO solutions as well.
We have time for maybe one more question, if we had one right here.
I actually wanted to ask a future of telecom question.
Okay.
So we're at the beginnings, as we all are probably aware, of the decentralization of communities, the decentralization of money and finance and financial products. I'm probably asking for trade secrets here, but if I'm not, can you tell us, how does Verizon see the decentralization of telecom?
Verizon see the decentralization of telecom? So I don't know if I understand what you mean by decentralization of telecom.
Portable, ultra-wideband router devices that are mesh connected to any other device in the region.
Okay. Well, I mean, there are different networks already that are being deployed. So in some cases, we will play. So for example, private network solutions and private edge solutions.
This would be like autonomous. It would be decentralization in the sense that I go out and I buy a device, and everybody else who's got the same kind of device can now talk to each other. We don't need a telco, like the traditional kind of telco.
Right.
We need an infrastructure that is running on, but that's peer-to-peer.
And you can do that today,
yes,
to a certain extent.
Well, the technology is available,
Right.
but not really being deployed.
Well, it depends on what the capabilities of that technology are, and there are limitations. So there are going to be use cases for mesh networks and decentralized networks. There will be use cases that will be for spectrum that is licensed and provided by the government. And what we see is there is unlicensed spectrum today. So you think about private network solutions and CBRS. So those networks will exist, and for those companies and those individuals who want to do that, that will be part of the solution. And actually, we will also be providing those types of solutions. Not the mesh network, but the CBRS unlicensed spectrum solutions. And we will have private network solutions. And in some cases, those will be completely independent. And in other cases, they will be connected up to the macro network. So we see decentralization and all of these options as being part of the overall offering. In some cases, we will play. In other cases, we will not be part of it.
Great. Thank you all. We're going to end there. Rima Qureshi, Chief Strategy Officer of Verizon. Thank you for your comments.
We're going to make some quick cosmetic changes to the stage. We will be right back. Don't get up and leave. I see some of you trying to use this opportunity. Don't go anywhere. We're continuing in just a second. For those of you here, please do reclaim your seats. Move to the front as well if you'd like to be a bit closer to the action. We're starting again in just a couple of seconds as everyone claims their seats again. So please do make sure to get butts in seats, as they say.
Right now? Okay. Well, it seems like most people went upstairs, but I'm welcoming a fireside chat, blockchain-enabled cities of the future, with our moderator, Abhishek Pitti, CEO of IBC Media, also known as Cointelegraph India. Then we also have Vikram Nayar, who is the Europe, Middle East, and Africa president of Tech Mahindra. Mrinal Manohar, co-founder and CEO of Casper Labs, and Dr. C.N. Ashwatnarayan, Minister of IT, Electronics, Higher Education, Government of Karnataka.
Yeah. I'll be on. Mic test. You guys can hear me?
Perfect. Good evening, everyone. Welcome to one of the last prime time events of the conference for the second day in a row. First off, I want to congratulate Mrinal and his team and the organizing team. Have done a fantastic job. I hope. How many people have really enjoyed the drinks?
Oh, yeah. I like this.
Yeah.
I was at the venue.
Cheers.
So, yeah.
Cheers. And thank you so much for being here. I know it's late in the evening, but I promise this is one of the best panels I have ever been on. Not because I'm here, but also, what the content and the people here are. We have some very distinguished guests from different parts of the world and very important organizations. In fact, this is a good segue from the last conversation what Rima was talking about, that we need infrastructure, IoT infrastructure to enable the metaverses, the VRs, the ARs of the future, and how this is going to play out and what's going to happen in the future. So this panel is all about that. But before I get into that, I want to make some quick introductions of who we have on the panel. I'll start with our Honorable Minister of IT, Dr. Ashwath Narayan is from Karnataka. How many people have heard of Bangalore in India? The Silicon Valley of India. And just so you know, he's probably the most innovative leader in India today. He's the IT minister of Karnataka, Bangalore. He drives all the energy that thrive through Bangalore, through the entire nation. He also represents several parts of other ministries, including information technology, biotechnology, higher education, skill development, entrepreneurship, livelihood, science and technology at Karnataka. Sir, please, you're most welcome to this event. This is, yesterday we were struggling, hoping that he will join us, and you will never find this man in India if you ever go looking for him. So it's a privilege to have you, sir.
Thank you so much.
So next, I want to introduce one of the global system integrators from Tech Mahindra. We have Vikram Nair joining us. He is president of EMEA region, global head, enterprise of future and customer experience from Tech Mahindra.
Thank you.
So I'm doing no justice to the introductions, but I promise they're going to add some color when we get into the panel. Next, we have the protagonist and the hero of the hour, Mrinal, founder of Casper Labs, driving blockchain innovation through enterprises. So Mrinal, I would love for you to also give some color on Casper Labs and yourself when we get into the panel. And then myself, if you have not met me, then that means you're new to crypto. I've been around the block a few times. I've done, what we now are known for is Nitro Network, a decentralization of telecom networks, the last point. We are, if people know Helium, then we are Helium on Avalanche. The company is continuing to grow. We are deploying infrastructure in IoT and decentralizing telecom networks. And we are doing everything that has been talked about in the last panel, which is, putting the network for the future. So I'm going to get started with, I have only 3 questions to ask to the gentleman, by the way. I'm going to keep it very, very simple, very, very quick for all of you. We're going to talk about basically why. Why is this important? Why the future? Why this, smart cities? How? And then we get into what are we doing? Like, what are these gentlemen doing, and what we are doing to build this future? And last is how are we going to get there? 3 simple points. Inspiration, Steve Jobs, right? So I'm going to start with maybe from the right side. I'm going to start with Mrinal. Mrinal, how about you give us a quick thing about the most important question that everybody asks: why blockchain for IoT, or why blockchain for smart cities, and what is your vision of blockchain implementation for smart cities?
Yeah, so I mean, if I was to summarize, think about if you had a smart city and every device was smart, your fridge was smart, and it could order food for you, and you had a peanut allergy, and you got into a fight with your neighbor, and now he could order peanuts for you, thereby ending your life. You don't want that to happen. That's really silly way of saying why you need blockchain for smart cities. If you have interconnected devices and all of them have a lot of capabilities, you're relying on the underlying technology to be safe and that the permissions and security are what you want them to be. And really the only way to do that right now is to use blockchain technology to do it in the safest manner possible. You could use our standard systems like Okta, et cetera, today, but they really wouldn't work. They wouldn't give you the same level of security that you'd need to prevent catastrophic failure if someone was a bad actor.
Right. So just so you know, if people wonder what is smart cities, it's not just fridges. I'm going to just lay it out there. The applications include smart meters, smart security, smart traffic management, smart street lighting, smart healthcare, and also providing the 5G connectivity on your phones to do your metaverse, right? So with that, sir, I'm going to ask you the question of why do we want Karnataka? I mean, Karnataka has been doing extensive work in smart cities. And what is your vision and why Karnataka is doing all the smart city work?
Basically, as in a government, we are trying to decentralize, integrate, and automate the entire system. And we need to be futuristic and make it very simple to make it much more sustainable. City has to become sustainable, and it needs to be very forward-looking. In this direction, the only way forward for us is to adopt technology, and basically more so with regard to the future technology. These are going to make a huge difference, and in this direction, the state of Karnataka, we have been trying to lead from front in our country and more so across the world also. And we do have a lot of talent, and most of the products have been developed in our state and in our city. So I think this is a way forward, and even in the education system, in all the levels, in all the branches, the technology has become the part of the learning, and we have been adapting in many of the areas. Probably in the days to come, in all the sectors, we'll be adapting and integrating the future technology in all the aspects.
So, just so you know, if you are not following the India story, India, has over 1 billion cell phones, 4G connectivity pan-India, and, majority of the innovation that happens in India is in his state, in Karnataka, very much in Bangalore. And the entire country is pretty much looking at him and Karnataka to drive innovation in the country. So anything else you want to add there, sir?
In this direction, I think most of the R&D development companies are all based in Bangalore, and to sustain and to add up, we are trying to promote in a much bigger way in all the learning levels, from the school to higher education completely. We have been emphasizing more and more on the emerging technologies. And adaptation also, government has been very keen to adapt in all the areas, to trying to make smart cities, smart healthcare, smart security, and smart services. And the land records also has been completely digitalized and validated. The validation and the digitalization of the land records has been happening in a very big way, and particularly in healthcare and education. In education, we are trying to get into the AR and VR and metaverse in the school level also, to complement and ensure the real quality learning happens in all the levels. Probably we are moving forward with adoption of the future technology in the communication or in the artificial intelligence. Artificial intelligence, we have set up a very, forward-looking, very big institution has been set up in research of artificial intelligence and promotion. And in all the directions we have been working in, particularly 5G also.
Fantastic. So my next question is for Vikram. Vikram comes from Tech Mahindra, basically is globally the biggest, one of the biggest system integrators and solutions providers to pretty much majority of the technology companies out there, as well as Fortune companies out there, as well as telecom sector, and Verizon is a big customer. So love to hear your view on why smart cities and how are you going to drive this network implementation of the future of 5G and beyond.
Yeah, see, we are a system integrator. So basically we use technology to solve problems. That's all we do. And what we are seeing is the smart city, I mean, again, it's been varying stages of evolution. And one thing which we see which is very likely to be very different is because of COVID. I mean, before the COVID, I think about what, 50% of people's time, or maybe 70, 80% were in the office, and the rest of it is at home. And that we could see the number of house renovations that went through COVID itself was a clear indicator that people were investing in their house. And that dimension also, we believe that the smart city will pick up. And again, in terms of regions, initially we saw less of it happening in Europe, the developed world. We see a lot of action happening in Middle East. If you look at Saudi Arabia, there are some 3 huge smart cities coming up. And then if I look at India, like the minister said, there is activity picking up. So we believe that smart city, again, the other one would be working from home, and that dimension would come in. So, and the only way this whole thing can work smoothly would be using technology efficiently. And that's where we believe we will have a role to play. And that's why we are excited about this whole area of smart cities and IoTs.
Perfect. So one of the things you should know about Tech Mahindra is they are present in 96 countries. Right? They have over 100,000 plus, 135,000 employees, engineering and BD team. Works very closely with 112 telecom carriers globally. So, one of the things that I want to just add to the why part of this section is we are going in the future. We are, working on the metaverses. We want faster downloads. All that will be driven by the IoT networks that will be either through edge computing, whether it's IoT connectivity, whether it's 5G connectivity, whether in faster mobile phones. This will all require us to have an infrastructure that is driven by a collaboration between government, technology companies, solution companies, and people who can bring that all together. So this is the real reason why we are doing it in the first place. And this will drive the entire vision of metaverse. Not just physically, but also the virtual world, the AR world of the future. So moving on to the part 2, which is what are we doing now to facilitate that? So I'm going to now start the reverse way, just to make it interesting. What is Tech Mahindra doing today in smart cities?
I briefly alluded to, it depends on which geography you're talking about. If I talk about UK or the Western Europe, there are a lot of pilots happening, whether it is in UK, there are cities like Milton Keynes, Birmingham, in Spain, Madrid was trying to do bits of it. So here we are running pilots, we're bringing small solutions to put, and these are all point solutions. Some of them are looking for, say, smart parking. Some of them are looking for smart lighting. These are not large scale things happening. The big ones are happening actually in the Middle East, where we're seeing huge large scale implementations going on. We are actually involved in the Red Sea project in Saudi. And then they have another one called NEOM. I mean, these are all 7-star cities that are coming up at scale. So there we are talking about creating full buildings. Right now, the work we are doing is consulting. We're getting the architecture right, and the speed at which these countries operate is not like the Western world. I mean, a city can come up in 6 months. Before you know, it's done. So there is good and bad, but the speed happens there. So I see there will be a lot of green fields coming up. India, the minister may be better equipped, but I would see more of brown fields. That's my guess, because we are seeing a lot of activity in India and Middle East.
Well, let's hear from the horse's mouth.
Yeah.
Sir, what are we doing in India as far as smart cities in Bangalore and Karnataka? Love to hear that.
We are trying to implement in all levels, particularly in the smart healthcare, smart security, smart traffic management, cities and environmental management, waste management, and more so in the land transaction. In land transaction, we have taken it in a topmost priority, and even with regard to the supply management, even a farmer, a last man in the society, we are trying to, give a lot of value addition to find out what kind of quality farming, and basically trying to look towards the excellence. We need to get more identity with each and every person's contribution or the performance in each of their professional area. Even in healthcare, we are trying to promote in a very big way. And post-COVID, accelerated the entire process. Probably the digital adoption and the adoption of the future technology, probably the state of Karnataka and India, though we are a developing country, we are trying to move ahead with a very good pace. The adoption is going in a rapid pace. Unbelievably, we are moving in that direction. and government of our and central government and state government, we're taking it up in a very big way to ensure the most effective way of doing things. The digitalization in finance, it has grown to the last man in the society. Every possible transaction now happens through digital. We are not much using now currencies. Even if you look at the currencies, entire transaction, every possible services, even from the government, it has been completely DBT, direct transfer of benefits. So that way, the digitalization has become the way forward in education, healthcare, governance, in all possible areas. We are trying to adapt and move forward in a much more bigger way.
No, absolutely. I think the only two options you get if you are born in India is engineering or doctor. So technically, you are probably on the cutting edge of technology adoption. We've sort of proven it with the point that we have all billion digital accounts and cell phones. A farmer, like Sir rightly pointed out, may not have electricity, but he'll have a cell phone and entertainment on the phone. Smartphone. So I think edge computing in smartphones would be definitely a point forward. Now, I want to hear from Mrinal on the technology, especially governance, security becomes super critical, as was pointed out by Rima also, that there needs to be governance, there needs to be control, there needs to be security around consumer protection, right? And that is where the technology and blockchain comes in. So, Mrinal, what is your foray, and how do you see that being implemented by Casper Labs, and some of the key features that you're building at Casper Labs are very, very relevant?
Yeah, absolutely. So let me start. I'll split this into two sections. Let's talk about just general protocol, security, and governance, and then let's talk about schema for collecting this from IoT devices, because they're both pretty important. So special features that we have on the security and governance. So security, first of all, our security thresholds are extremely high relative to other blockchains. People talk about a 51% attack on Bitcoin and Ethereum, and talk about that as being the golden, the golden standard of security. Ours is really 66 and 2/3. I know there are blockchains out there that claim 80% or 90%, but if you're doing statistical sampling, it's really like 2%. So the blockchain is just underlyingly really, really secure. But where it gets really interesting is when it comes down to governance. If you think about any smart system, you need to realize that you'll have weird voting mechanisms for what can happen. Like, for example, if a certain smart city only has a certain amount of water and people are trying to, divvy up shifts, you have a complex governance structure right now, right? There's different kinds of voting over different kinds of time, and actually creating a smart contract that does that automatically requires things like weighted keys, differential weight management, etc. This is something other blockchains cannot do. So we can do very, very complicated governance on our blockchain, which, as a smart city, and upgrade it going forward, right? The last thing you want is you've written a smart city and then your neighbor Johnny shows up and now he can't access anything because the smart contract only supports 10 people. Let's talk about, there's the other side too, where there's a lot of innovation we're working on, especially with our partners at WiseKey, who make a lot of IoT devices and satellites to pick up the data. So sometimes you really have to decide at which point does a device actually communicate with the blockchain. And this might seem silly, but just think about it. The transmitting RFID chip that's just tracking the movement of something actually doesn't have enough processing power to send a meaningful enough signal to a blockchain. And even if it's aggregated, it's probably kind of meaningless. On the other hand, a device like your Nest is kind of borderline. It might be able to support some kind of small node, but then if you're thinking about it that way, you'd have to make a separate type of, call it, communication node for every type of hardware there is out there. Because if you think about IoT devices, unlike computers, which are all Intel i86, there's such a variety of chipsets and I/O on those systems. And so, we're really thinking about how do we aggregate that? How do we create a standard such that IoT devices
a bit more complex than generally other technologies, because there are different standards for each device, different application for each device, different frequency for each device. But it gets very interesting because the amount of data you collect is pretty much every second, every millisecond. Like the amount of data you have to process is in petabytes, basically. Our take in Nitro is we want to work not as a decentralized infrastructure, but converge with the main guys who are building this infrastructure and not be an independent infrastructure. So our job at Nitro Network is to bring all the technology, the system integrators, and the governments together to basically build this future network, which will be a shared infrastructure because this industry is a $17 trillion industry. I mean, you can't thrive and provide connectivity to consumers just by one organization. It is just too large a task to get to. Now, last part of this entire session is how are we going to do and what is the future plan of these stakeholders in building this infrastructure for your metaverse coming up. So I'm going to start with you. What is the future plan for cities like Bangalore, states like Karnataka? How open is the regulation and the government in adopting these technologies, and how are we planning to bring that home?
We are trying to bring the synergy between the citizen, government, and the governance. So probably in this technology has to be brought in. So we cannot be less, we need to be more always. So any place for that matter, it has to be futuristic, and we need to look forward. So in this direction, we have got no other option for that matter, any city, any place. We need to adapt the future technologies, and we need to enable and ensure that the things can happen better here, and the quality of life, and we need to be sustainable, and we need to be futuristic, and we need to be efficient. So probably in this direction, we already started working in this direction. In many of the areas, already we have started working. Probably we are trying to adapt in all possible areas. Probably it's a matter of time to take it forward and implement it to the fullest.
And we have a bunch of technologists here. What message do you have for Karnataka and technologists here in the room?
Karnataka and Bangalore, we are more of a place with a lot of technology being developed and engineering being developed and startups. And startups also is thriving and doing extremely well because of the basic platform being excellent, and digitalization has happened in a very big way. And for any transaction now, it has become very easy and simple for any person to transact with any citizen. It has been simplified. So it is very futuristic, and we are looking forward to adapt and promote the emerging technologies in a very big way. That is the only way forward. There's no other way for us. So we are strongly believing in technology, and that is our future. That is the future of our state, and that is our strength.
So just so you know,
so we welcome all of you, and you can be part of us, and I think that's the best possible ecosystem where you can see all the players, all the stakeholders. They are present in a very big way, and it's nothing but a word. Bangalore is the word, and it's Bharat. And you can see all the talent from across the country converging to Karnataka, and particularly to city of Bangalore. We can see it's become the talent place. The most talented people are now living in Bangalore.
So, just FYI, 400 out of the 500 Fortune companies have their centers in Bangalore. 40% of the unicorns from India come from Bangalore. 75% of the they're called decacons? Decacons. Over $10 billion market cap in equity worlds come from Bangalore. We expect from our research that there will be 10,000 startups coming out of this place in the next 3 to 5 years. So very excited about the future and the technology adoption from Bangalore, sir. From Tech Mahindra's standpoint, what is the future plan of bringing these solutions to states, to global corporates who are deploying private networks? What is the future looking like from your vantage point?
I'll just restrict it to smart cities for the moment when you said that, because and your answer lies partly in your narrative earlier.
Yeah.
Technologies will come. It will solve the problem, and we will be able to implement it to solve the problem. I don't see any ambiguity in that. The biggest impediment would be regulation. That will decide the rate of adoption. And that is where I go back to Middle East and these places where they're able to, the government is able to execute policies fast. They will gain the maximum. So for all of you who are interested in this particular topic, keep an eye on these kind of areas. And the irony is, the next generation of cutting edge technology, will be beneficial most to the third world developing countries. Developed countries are very likely to miss out in a big way because of regulation, because of lack of, desire to or ability to pull it right through. I was on a session, just slightly digressing, I was on a session a couple of weeks back, and there was a question about China. And they said China is putting a lot of restrictions on Alibaba and all these guys. So what's happening there? Are they anti-America? They said China is not anti-America. China is doing what every other Western country would love to do, but are not able to do. Like if you were able to control Facebook, you would control it. Or at Twitter, you will control it. But China is doing it. So that's where I see in terms of smart cities, that regulation will be a big role as to the rate of adoption. And we are watching it very carefully on that.
So I think, you have, again, the policy maker right beside you. I would love to get your take on that one question before I move towards the closing. So what's the policy agenda in Karnataka, which is sort of driving? The reason I focus so much on Karnataka, guys, because all IT ministers look up to this gentleman right here. They look up to Karnataka, they look up to Bangalore for driving their policies in some way. So how do you drive policies in Karnataka for these innovations?
Basically, specific to the specific technology or the specific areas, we have come out with the engineering R&D policy, we have come with the ESDM policy, we have come out with the Beyond Bangalore policy, IT policy, and many of the startup policies. Like this, we have come out with area-wise drone policy, specific to the specific area, AVGC. AVGC has been our biggest strength also now, cyber security policy. We have designed many of these policies and data center policies. We have come out with many of the center of excellence. When it comes to the privacy and more so the government of India play a role comes to the picture with regard to the social media, privacy, identity, all these aspects has been totally driven.
But at the state level,
whatever related to the state level, we have been the very forward-looking, and we have been, industry has been part of the government, and government has been very closely working with the industry, and industry suggestion has been given the topmost priority. Sometimes we might feel there's no conflict of interest. We are not even thinking in those terms. We are trying to get the industry on the board, and we have been working very closely, and we want to ensure the state of Karnataka is the best place for any of the industry, any of the players, the technologies to come and work and adapt or establish their companies. State of Karnataka is very encouraging and very supportive with regard to all the areas, and particularly with regard to the emerging technologies. Fantastic. And we have been sharing very good relationship. You can see anywhere in state of Karnataka, we share an excellent relationship with the industry. Any kind of criticism also has been very well received. We don't, put them down whenever there is a criticism, nothing like that. We respect their criticism also. And it has been very, forward-looking, and they've been integrated completely with the government. And governments have been always keeping their door open for the...
Thank you. So, though, I know Tech Mahindra, I've worked with them closely in my, startup. I know Tech Mahindra leadership works with multiple heads of state, so the concerns are real around regulation, and we all sort of know how regulations sort of drive a lot of things that can make or break the industry. The last question, Mrinal, what is the future plan for supporting this infrastructure from a blockchain perspective, and how is Casper Labs playing a key role into that?
Yeah, so if we talk about smart cities in particular,
that is correct.
So I talked about what we're doing on the technology side, but unfortunately, really, the future plan is we need to partner with, the only way to do this is top-down. We have to partner with governments to do this, because really that's just a socioeconomic structure we have right now. When was the last time a bunch of people said, hey, let's go start a city together based on some platonic ideal? I mean, you got Jonestown and Orania. Like, that's what you ended up with. So, like, the truth is, like, and this is funny for a decentralist to say this, but this would only happen top-down. But once you've figured it out a few times, you've actually given people the tools to self-advocate and build stuff like this. But really, it's innovation, with extremely progressive ministers like you, sir, that will make these things a reality.
Thank you so much. Again, I'm going to quickly summarize the ideas here. I mean, as you know, the stakeholders here who are the right stakeholders or represent the stakeholders who will be participating in building this infrastructure for us, for metaverse, for all the virtual reality to come to life. The idea is to do that and build that infrastructure for the future. All of them are playing their key roles, including us. We are adding the flavor of decentralization to the network to support and become network of networks with everybody's participation. And finally, I think we have a lot of work cut out for all of us here in building this. This is going to be the future, I think. I'm just going to take one last vote from everybody. How many people think this will happen in the next 10 years, that we have metaverse that we can actually see?
Oh, sure.
10 years? Okay, I mean, experience, seamless metaverse experience, immersive experience. 10 years? No? 5 years?
No, for this, our
well, let's hear it.
the event which we are organizing, in Bangalore Tech Summit, we'll be having the metaverse integrated completely into our program. The last man in the society, we are going to demonstrate how they are going to use the metaverse. A last man who is an uneducated person who is going to communicate and use the metaverse for doing his business, for the self-help groups also. It will be completely integrated such a way. Not tiny, we have...
Well, that's a demo. That's a demo. That's a demo. Come on. Yeah.
You can witness that. You can come down.
No, so I agree. I'm just super excited for the future. Thank you so much for being here. Again, thank you so much, Vikram, for being here. Mrinal, thank you so much, Honorable Minister. Thank you so much for joining us today evening. With this, I think we'll end the session. I'll open up for any questions. We probably have some time for questions, so we just take no. One question. One question.
Yeah, just
one question.
Okay, so this is a question for you, Minister. So with all the adoption coming, with all the this evolution of automation, the human role in society, I'm wondering if you guys have experimented yet anything with UBI, and you're looking towards a basic income to where people can contribute to society in meaningful ways through their community-driven efforts, without having to find new meaningless roles for them in the current sector of work. If we do all of this automation, have you yet considered UBI? Is that something that's on your radar? And are you guys doing any testing? Universal basic income.
Probably the real empowerment or the equity and inclusion can be seen, and you can be getting it by adapting the technology. Probably that experience in the state of Karnataka, we are seeing the huge transformation. Probably the last man, the technology is bringing in a lot of changes, empowering them, improvising their lives, and they are able to access the market. Let it be financial market, let it be consumer market, or a better market for them to improvise their product. Everything has been happening through this technology, and they've been benefiting immensely. Immense benefits has been seen through the adoption and connection. And they're also participating, not just, livelihood. They are also trying to become the greatest economic contributor. That is what we are planning for such a kind of population. We are trying to not just create few technologies. We want to extend all the whatever is generated. We call it as JAM in the Jandan account. Earlier we used to have a very limited people having the financial access. Now each and every person is having a bank account, and each and every person is now connected through internet and through the smart mobiles. And now Aadhaar. You can transact with anybody. Any corner of the state, you can transact with any company, with any telecom, banking, any particular consumer services, or with the government. Easily you can transact sitting in his place. He need not come, he just can do it through his tip of his finger. All possible services. Let it be any services by the government. That is the kind of transformation it has made. You'll be surprised. What I'm telling it's a surprise for you, but that's a reality. We are trying to go one step forward, even with regard to the healthcare, even with regard to the education, even regarding all possible services, we want to ensure them staying in their place, they can transact. And more so the economical benefits. We are trying to ensure the value addition in whichever profession they are in. We are trying to get them the value addition in the terms of, in all aspects, let it be skill development, value addition, or improvising, getting them connected to across the world. We are trying to make use of all the platforms, let it be e-commerce and all possible platforms. And if you want to get employed also, the employment opportunities, every possible things, you need not search for anything. So Karnataka, we have a lot of opportunities. It's a land of opportunity and it's a land of future. We are having more opportunity than the supply. That is the kind of situation we are having. We are very hopeful and very confident that we need to take forward and make it very inclusive.
If I can ask you one question, sorry. What nationality are you?
What's that?
What nationality are you?
I mean, I'm an American, but as an American, I come from everywhere.
No,
German, Scottish.
Sorry, the reason I asked you is, when you mentioned about UBI, UBI is a means to solve a problem. It's a means to solve a social equality problem, right? India does not have the means to solve the problem, okay? But India has to solve the problem, right? And I use the analogy, you can give a guy a fish, which is UBI, or you can teach him fishing. And that is what we are trying to do. See, when he said, we are creating so much.
In a year, there'll be any person even living in any part of the state or a country, minimum of 200 days guaranteed employment has been guaranteed for each and every person. With a minimum wages, it's been guaranteed.
So there's
So
enough
universal
skills
basic
coming up.
income and food security has been assured, income has been assured, healthcare, education has been assured. So that way, we are in a total different path.
No.
You guys are doing a great job. Worldwide, it's very well known how great Bangalore is doing. So thank you for your efforts.
So after, thank you so much everyone for being here. We can continue all evening about
Have a drink.
Yes. So I was about to say, who is going to Arabian Nights?
All right. Thank you so much. Thank you to our panel for taking the time. Please feel free to go deposit your wonderful microphones back there. Thank you to everyone that joined physically. Thank you to those that joined online. As always, live is live. Life is life. And it means that there tend to be technical difficulties when you least want or expect them. So thanks for bearing with us.
And stay for tomorrow as well. We have a full day of NFTs, gaming, and the metaverse. So see you tomorrow.
Thank you, everyone.
What?